This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Hold on a second. Gotta go back out. There we go. You know, for the people who look around too much. Yep. Back to the old robot, huh? How's it going, everybody? Yeah, we started doing the robot when somebody said, you know, you ever watch Gray? He's always looking around doing things. And then I figured, oh, yeah, well, what I need to do is just sit really still. Or like look like a robot, you know. So that way it was understandable. Yep, I just finally paid my last bit of taxes for the year. Basically the entire, every third month always goes only to taxes. The whatever I make on YouTube. So the entire December went to paying taxes for the other 2 months, because you know how you pay like a third, you know, or is it? Yeah, every 3 months. Yeah, 4 quarters. Good times, good times. Thanks, JP. But yep, we are starting a new month, everybody, and I might try to have like a maximum donation each month, like a. I mean, I noticed that when I looked at my taxes, I actually made less than what I donated. I was like, wow, how did that happen? At least on the YouTube side of it. But anyways, if you guys are like, my Patreon numbers, you know, I used to have like 90 something people on there. Now there's only 60. You know, that really kind of helps me out on the side. I mean, I know I don't do all the little side things, but if any, and Patreon doesn't take very much of the money. YouTube, even though you're a member on YouTube, they take 30%. And, you know, if you guys want to support the channel another way, Patreon's a good, you know, you might consider doing Patreon. You know, I'd like to build that back up again to at least 100 people.
Amelia.
Thanks, Michelle Nicholas. And by the way, Streamlabs, it's not Hala, okay? It was Ola. Okay, Streamlabs, the H is silent, all right? Wow. Did you guys hear that? Hala? Yeah, well, there's a lot of people that are unemployed. I'm just saying, you know, consider it in the future. When we get everything back, that would be cool. Yeah. Yeah, I get PayPal too. PayPal's been good as well. You know, when people donate to PayPal, I get pretty much the whole thing. But the money that I donate to charities, the YouTube income. Okay, I try to have that be, and then sometimes I throw in a bonus from those sources, right? Yeah, this Gary Peters guy's a moron. Hey, Gary Peters. Well, the thing is about our channel, Gary Peters, is that we actually donate money to charity here. So money is part of the purpose of what we're doing. We're actually trying to raise, Gary Peter, money for doing some genetic genealogy, Gary Peters. So why don't you put your Peter back in your pants, Gary Peter? You're an absolute loser who's showing up to a channel to act like they're really cool and neat when the channels you probably watch don't donate a goddamn nickel to charity, okay, Gary Peters? All right, Gary Peters, go do your own stupid-ass thing, Gary Peters. God, you guys are such losers that come in and say that shit. So yes, I do talk about the donation part of it, Gary Peters. All right? Hey, thanks, Lisa Wilkerson. God, what an idiot. Jesus. Yeah. What an absolute idiot, Gary Peters.
Love you and this amazing channel, Gray.
I like your
Keep
name, your first name, though, Gary, because a lot of people call me Gary, too. Okay? Yeah. So, you know, good on you. Gary Peters. Yes. So I do that. Okay. Yeah, you are a troll, Gary Peters. Yeah. So don't worry about it, Gary Peters. You're an idiot. Okay. That's just the truth. Disagree, I'm a troll, right? What does that even mean? Comma, right? You know, man, you are a couple crispies short of a... Oh, man. What an idiot. Jesus. Yeah, I just let you guys know if you guys. I mean, I need to have support on the channel, or I won't be able to keep doing what I keep doing. You know, I do. Like today, I spent almost the entire day getting all of the stuff together to do this, and you know, then we donate a lot of money to charity. All right, so hopefully you guys feel like it's worth it to support the channel from time to time, despite what idiots like Gary Peters say. Okay. Gary Peters. So yes, I do bring it up. Not every single night, but most nights, yes. The supporting the channel, yeah. All right, Gary Peters, I'm gonna have to remove you from the channel. Good luck with your trolling elsewhere, though. Okay. And hold on a second. Bye-bye. Thank you, Brianna Props. All right, I'm going to get to the cases now. I'm just going to do them in date order.
Thank you, Gray. Smiley face.
Well, thank you. All right. So the first one we'll be doing is Melinda Haines. Hold on one second. All right. Yeah, it's just a lot of really stupid people out there. It's amazing. Very dumb people. Oh well. Thank you, Mike S. Well, there's a lot of people out there that, you know, they'll support an idiot, you know, well, I'm not even going to say the names, but these other channels who do nothing for anybody except try to get views on their channel. And we don't do that here. But it's weird how they bash this channel, you know, for trying to, you know, here's the thing is I did learn a while ago that you have to kind of ask and remind people, or it just doesn't, you can't do what we've been doing, okay? It's just sort of the way it is, right? It's unfortunate that you have to remind, but it's, you know, sometimes I'm just watching a YouTube video too, and then I go, oh wait, yeah, and then I'll try to remember. I usually, when I'm watching a YouTube channel of somebody I know, I usually donate on there because I'm aware of it, you know, since I have my own channel. And then when I see them doing a 2-hour show with 100 people watching and not one of them donate a nickel, I always wonder, wow, man. You know, so I'll try to send something in and then type in comments, hey everybody, support this channel if you like them. And then a few people send something in, right? Because that person just spent 2 hours and you're obviously there watching them. Even people I don't like that spend that much time, if you're over there supporting them, you should be helping their channel out. If you must like it or you wouldn't have been there, right? Well, thanks, Bree Rice. I like Stephanie. I've met her in person. Probably, because I didn't donate to Seriously Mysterious. No, wait, no. You mean the show Serious? Oh, you mean on John Lorden's channel. No, that was me. There was a troll on the channel, though, who was commenting just above me. And so I commented, and then my comment had to be approved, and I go, see, that's me. Then I donated 20, and then I said, hey, why don't you donate some money? Okay? Because, of course, the troll isn't going to want to spend any money, right? So, yeah, that was me. So why did you ask me? It seemed like it was pretty obvious. I mean, we were all there talking about it as it was happening. Right. Yeah, I mean, we donated $22,000 this last year to charities. That is insane. Okay, and then we also put $1,000, so $23,000 from last year was used. There's $1,000 though that's carried over into a pool for DNA genealogy research on. I think we're looking at doing the 1961 unidentified hitchhiker. I think that would be a cool one. So there you go. All right, so if you do donate on this channel, at least you know that a good portion of it throughout the year goes to charity. You know, not the stuff that Gary over there likes to support, okay? All right, so here we go. We're going to do the first case, Melinda Haines. And I think there's a picture in there. Some of these articles aren't that long in some of these cases, but these are crazy. One of the cases is one that I mentioned one time when we were talking about another case that was solved, I think. What was her name? Prosser, something like that. That girl, little young girl. And this is one of the people that was mentioned in those articles, but it came up again, and I was looking through it. Now, and there's this huge. I put the link in the description, and you guys might want to check that out after it. I'll tell you which case it is, but I don't know if you might have to go through each link because I think YouTube kind of renames the link. So, yeah. Okay. So Dayton police have descriptions of two men of whom could have been involved in the abduction, robbery, and fatal stabbing of 23-year-old restaurant employee Wednesday night. Yeah. Let's see. Wednesday night. Neither had been located late yesterday. The descriptions were given by employees of an Easttown shopping center savings and loan where the slain woman had delivered 3 orders of spaghetti before she was abducted. The 2 men were noticed several times during the afternoon outside the savings and loan, and employees were concerned that they were going to be robbed, investigators said. It is believed only 1 man was involved in the abduction and slaying, Dungeon said. Melinda B. Haines of 184 Trunk Drive. So, let's see. Let me go to her house here. 184 Trunk Drive. I think this is in Dayton. Yeah, so she lived in this apartment complex right here. That's the only address I didn't have yet. Alright, there we go. So, she lived right there. Is that music too loud? Because I have it set to low, but I think it's just... No, I don't think so. There you go. So Melinda B. Haines of 184 Trunk Drive in the Page Manor housing development in Mad River Township was found behind the Eastmont Free Will Baptist Church. Okay, so now they're saying where she was found. Okay, see, I didn't have... This is the story. I didn't have that because I try not to read most of these unless... Okay, let me get this. 1645 Spalding Road. Okay, so they're saying it was behind this church right here. Interesting. So her body was found behind the Eastmont Free Will Baptist Church. So I guess behind it would be like right over here probably. Alright, that's her home. So here's how it worked. She worked at this place right here, this restaurant. She lived over here, but her body was found behind this church right there. She was taken to Miami Valley Hospital where she was dead on arrival. This is Haines, who worked at Casano's Pizza and Seafood Restaurant, was stabbed 13 times in the front of the body and then 13 times in the back with a 3-inch blade, according to Robert E. Zip, Montgomery County Coroner. Most of the stab wounds were superficial, but she died of loss of blood from 4 deep stab wounds in the left chest over her heart. Miss Haines apparently was abducted about 6 p.m. after leaving the Citizens Federal Savings and Loan Association office in the Linden Avenue Shopping Center. So let me see if that's the same. Yeah, it's Linden Avenue, and I wonder if that's a bank. Let's just see. And it's still a restaurant, this building down there, but let's see if that's a bank, maybe. Yeah, so maybe there was just a bank at one point in the shopping center right here. Because she used to work at this, right on the corner here. It's now a Lebanese restaurant. But it's right back, I think, right in this area. Yeah, there it is, 4515 right there. And so, you know, a lot of times in malls back in those days, there were banks and little strip malls like that. So, probably the same thing. Could have also just been another one of these buildings. But anyway, she was abducted near where she worked. Apparently near that bank. Robbery is the apparent motive, investigators said, but they also said they think because of wounds on her hands that Miss Haines may have fought off a sexual attack. I think there's more than robbery. You know, 26 stab wounds. The assailant apparently stabbed Mrs. Haines in her car, then threw her out at the church and fled in her car. Wow, so the assailant apparently stabbed Mrs. Haines in her own car, then threw her out at the church and then fled in her car. The car was found about 1 a.m. yesterday in the parking lot of a convenience store at 272 Linden Avenue. All right. So there you go. Just parked right there. He probably, and here's the thing, he probably lived near here. You know, that's why he drove it here, and then probably lives within a mile or so and just felt like he could drop it off there. So now let's go up in the air and look at this all again. Let's see. Alright. So we've got, this is where she worked, and that's where she was abducted from, basically. She lived here, and her body was found over here, and then the car is dropped off way over in this area, and, you know, they probably live somewhere in this dense area here. Makes sense. I mean, why? It's not like he would. I don't know how he got here in the first place to abduct her. You know, that's one of the things. Let's see. Moving on. Next day's newspaper article. There's a look of somebody. It's funny how they call these sketches, but they're not really sketches. They're these things where they slide the eyes over and, you know, pick a hairstyle. Nobody drew that. Rewards offered in slang. Rewards totaling $3,000 have been established for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person who fatally stabbed 23-year-old Mad River Township woman Wednesday night after she had made a food delivery. Vic Casano announced that his Casanos Incorporated is offering $1,000 for information in the slang of Melinda B. Haines. Mrs. Haines had been employed 4 months at the firm's restaurant. A $2,000 reward is being offered by the Citizens Information Reward Fund, sponsored by a group of Dayton businessmen. Any information should be given to the Dayton Police Department. Police said yesterday they have no suspects in the murder, but they distributed a sketch of a man seen in the area from which Mrs. Haines is believed to have been abducted. The description was given by a woman who said a suspicious-looking man walked by her car as she was waiting for her husband to make a deposit at the Citizens Federal Savings and Loan Association office. That's the same place where apparently she was abducted. The witness said the man was Caucasian, in his mid-20s, between 5'8" and 5'10", with a thin build and dark complexion. Mrs. Haines apparently was abducted, robbed, and then fatally stabbed after she had delivered 3 orders of spaghetti to the Savings and Loan office. She made the delivery about 6 p.m. She was found about 6:15 p.m. behind the eastbound. Wow, she made the delivery at 6. So she literally made the delivery at 6 o'clock. Was abducted, robbed, and then fatally stabbed after she had delivered 3 orders of spaghetti. Oh, so she delivered it to the Savings and Loans. So that wouldn't have been at that same building. It was somewhere on that same road, but not at that building. That's crazy. So she literally delivered spaghetti at 6 o'clock at the bank, was abducted and killed, and her body was found just 15 minutes later. Man, that is quick. Behind the Eastmont Freewell Baptist Church. The assailant apparently stabbed Mrs. Haines in her car, threw her out of the church. So at the savings and loan, he abducted her in her own vehicle, probably had her drive to where he wanted to take her, and then he stabbed her a whole bunch of times, shoved her out of the vehicle, then got into the driver's seat, most likely. I mean, I guess, he could have driven, but it seems like he had her drive, probably at knife point. Then he stabbed her to death, shoved her out of the car, got into the vehicle, then drove the car and dropped it off at this convenience store over here. And so basically he dumped her body behind this church right here, then drove down this street, got on this highway over here, and drove down. Let's see, where is that one? Oh yeah, right there. So drove down this highway, maybe even took, I don't know if you can get off right there. Somewhere got off, maybe right there, yeah. Boom. And then that's a tough driving. Look at that crazy angle and everything. So you drive down this highway here, and you exit right here, then here you take a left, and then either go this way or this way, and then drop your car off at this convenience store right there. And then he just disappeared into that good night. No, I'm not, Mindy. And that's not really why you're asking that. You just want to let people know that you live close to there. That's okay. I'm glad that you live really close to there. If we get anything wrong, let us know. All right, here we go. Touched by murder. 3 weeks ago, Melinda B. Haines, so this is about a month, 3 weeks after the barrage of those first articles. There really wasn't a lot. 3 weeks ago, Melinda B. Haines was stabbed to death. Dayton police are still investigating the killing of the 23-year-old Mad River Township woman. They admit they have no suspects. They suspect that the night of November 14th, Mrs. Haines, 184 Trunk Drive, was robbed and stabbed to death after fighting off her attacker. Miss Haines, employed for 4 months at the Casanos Incorporated restaurant at 4515 Linden Avenue, was abducted after delivering 3 orders of spaghetti to the Citizens Federal Savings and Loan Association. Police have distributed a sketch of a man seen in the area from which Miss Haines is believed to have been abducted. She made delivery about 6 p.m. and was found about 15 minutes later behind the Eastmont Freewell Baptist Church at 1645 Spalding Road. And that's her right there. That's the only picture I could find of her. All right. Many of us fear for we know not what lies beyond. We know that it happens to all of us. And that I think this is an uncle of Mrs. Haines, Robert Armbuster of Stone Mountain, Georgia, recently wrote the Journal Herald and said, Many of us fear death, for we know not what lies beyond. We know that it happens to all of us, and that it must be a peaceful exit from our hustle and bustle world. However, on occasion, death is not peaceful. It can be the result of an aggressive, forceful, and strikingly horror-filled incident known as murder. Wow, that's crazy. We were touched recently by murder in your city, for we are the family of Melinda B. Haines, who died on November 14th as the victim of an unknown assailant. We, as the family, knew her as Lindy. The purpose of this open letter is to solicit the assistance of the citizens of Dayton who may have information which will be helpful in capturing and convicting the individuals responsible. This is the first time murder has touched our family. The witness of the attack, while meaning death to Lindy, has resulted in something new for us. Since she was taken from us, we are filled with many emotions, feelings of sorrow, shock, bitterness, grief, and hate. We have many, many questions, most of which may never be answered. Yeah, it seems like she was maybe a random killing, obviously, since she was dropping off spaghetti there, right? Like the guy wouldn't have known she was going to be dropping spaghetti off. Yeah, and then you mentioned these other killings here. Police are investigating the possibility that the two men charged in last weekend's slaying of Franklin B. Tice of Kettering and suspected in the killing of Tice's wife were involved in two other recent killings. Police sources said yesterday a credit card belonging to George R. Peterson, a Wright State University Medical School associate professor who was stabbed to death last weekend, was found in Tice's car. The car, which apparently was stolen after Tice was killed, was found Thursday, and the credit card was found by crime lab technicians. The apparently links whoever killed Tice to Peterson's death. Yeah. And they also think the two suspects may have been involved in last month's stabbing death of Melinda Haines, a Mad River Township woman who had made a food delivery to an East Town shopping center savings and loan office. Robert E. Zip, Montgomery County coroner, said there is a similarity to the wounds suffered by the four victims. The depth and size of the stab wounds on Tice's and the food delivery woman are similar, and you can't exclude wounds on Peterson. And most of the victims were stabbed in the same area of the body. Huh. Well, see, that's interesting right there. And these are those two guys. Officials have called the killings, which they say occurred Sunday, torture slayings. Robbery is the apparent motive in each slaying, they said. Yeah, I mean, those are great suspects. They didn't turn out to be anything, though. Police look for link in store exec's death. So there's another one. Investigators from Bellefonte Police were to be in Dayton today to discuss with authorities the robbery slaying of rink store manager here in October. And then her name is brought up again. They're trying to see if she's connected. Dayton police are investigating a possible connection among deaths of Kettering couple December 16th, a Wright State professor on December 15th, and the November 14th abduction and stabbing a Mad River Township woman. And that's who they're referring to. Police say robbery was the apparent motive in all four slayings. The Dayton area cases are being investigated. I wonder why it's kind of a weird thing. Like, if you kill 8 people and your motive is robbery, I don't know if you're considered a serial killer at that point. I mean, even though you killed 8 people, I think you're thought of differently. I mean, serial killers usually have sort of a psychological, sort of this need for killing. I mean, you can be a serial killer at the same time, right? I mean, I guess you could be, killing to satisfy an urge that you have, and then robbing if robbing is the primary motive, then I don't know. I think it's sort of a, it'd be interesting to ask somebody who knows the answer to that question. I don't know, because you could spree killing is like you kill a whole bunch of people in a short amount of time. I think, these guys might kill 8 people over 10 years, but if each one was robbery as the motive, I don't know if you call them that. I don't know, Michelle. I'll look it up. Yeah. I mean, I know that they say if you kill more than 2 people, 3 people, yeah, or it's 3 or more. Yeah, more than 2. But it says usually in service of abnormal psychological gratification. Okay, see, there you go. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. And then, so with the murders taking place over more than a month, and inside of a month would be a spree killing, and including significant period of time between. While most authorities set a threshold of 3 murders, others extend it to 4 or less. Okay. Psychological gratification is the usual motive for serial killing. See? Oh. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know if you're going to what you would call, I mean, they might technically be in that, but I wouldn't refer to them as a serial killer myself. I don't know, Michelle. I just explained it to you. All right. Police look for a link. Okay, so we already did that one. Let's see. Got one more here. This is 4 months later. Thank you, Zozo and Gwen Jackson. Uncertainty, pain linger long after murder. 5 years ago, Angela Haines still talks to her mommy, even though her mother, Melinda Haines, died last November. 5 years ago, Angela Haines still talks. Oh, 5-year-old, not ago. Sorry. Melinda Haines' father, Alton Ball, sometimes picks additional cantaloupes from the large garden in rural Ocean Springs, Mississippi, because cantaloupes were his daughter's favorite fruit. Only afterwards does he remember that Melinda was robbed and stabbed to death November 14th. It's hard to understand. Melinda Haines, 23-year-old mother of 2, was one of 66 homicide victims in Dayton last year. Her case is one of 19 in which no arrests had been made. Shortly after the killing, Dayton police distributed a sketch of a suspect. Police say they are pursuing leads. 9 months after Mrs. Haines was found dead while delivering spaghetti for a local Italian restaurant chain, members of her family say they have not adjusted to her death. You don't blame the police, Alton Ball said recently, but sometimes I get the feeling that if I could just go up there and walk around, retracing the steps of what happened, I could find something. I know the police have covered everything and it's too late now, but I sometimes get the feeling that I have to do it. I wouldn't want to kill them, Ball said of his daughter's killers, but I would like to get my hands on them. Oh, I'm sure you'd want to kill them. I would. After being abducted, police said Miss Haines apparently struggled with her assailant in the car, a dark blue 1976 Pontiac. She was stabbed in the car and then dumped in the parking lot of Eastmont Free Will Baptist Church on Spalding Road, about 1.5 miles from the shopping center. After being dumped, Mrs. Haines pounded on a metal shed with sticks to get attention. Wow. She was alive when found at 6:15. Oh man, that's crazy. So she was still alive and she was, bashing on there. Huh? I don't get what the humor is and stuff in the chat, but oh well. Anyway, she was, bashing on a shed to get somebody's attention. She was alive when found. I taught all my children karate when they were younger. She knocked me out twice when we were just horsing around, Ball said. I knew she could defend herself. Police believe the assailant fled in Mrs. Haines' car, abandoning it in the parking lot of the convenience store on Linden Avenue. Blood was found throughout the interior of the car. Police issued... So, yeah, I mean, she was... I wonder how the killer... She must have been trying to get out, and then he kept stabbing her. He was described as 5'10", white, slightly built with dark complexion. Detective Sergeant Larry Kincaid said persons with knowledge of the killing are still being tracked down. Kincaid said police have not discounted the possibility that those connected with the murder are now in jail. One problem is that witnesses are afraid. People will call us up and tell us things, and they don't give their names, or they will refuse to testify. In December, police said they were investigating the possibility of a connection between the deaths of Franklin and Mary Tice of Kettering and that of Mrs. Haines. They said the knife wounds in both cases are similar. Leonard Fugate and Timothy Burgraff were found guilty of the Tice murders. But obviously they didn't connect her. But anyways, that's it. It just went away after that. There's no further information. Hey, there you go. Thank you very much. Crystal, known as Crystal Beaver Gaming sub. Well, you know what? Your name's even longer now, because now it's Crystal, known as Crystal, a.k.a. Wait, now I can't remember. Crystal, a.k.a. Beaver Gaming sub Crystal. So now it's Crystal, known as Crystal Beaver Gaming sub Crystal.
Thank you for all the work you do, Gray.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah. Very cool. All right, hold on one second. I'm going to go, I got to get some water. And no, I'm not going to the bathroom. I'll just be back in a minute, though. I'm just going to get a big glass of water. I just realized I'm thirsty. And no, I wasn't flushing the toilet. Alright, so now we're moving on to the next case. And the name in this one is Mary Lou Gant. But not our Mary Lou. And by the way, don't you guys sort of feel like Mary Lou and John Boy are actually these characters? Like in my head, I always think of them as two completely different, you know, like almost like they exist, right? Because they have their own personalities. Yeah. Well, you know, when I'm not, you know, obviously I know they're not, but when I'm doing them, I think of them differently, right? You know, it's weird when I look at right now, we've got 149 people and we're covering all these cold cases. And then I was just over on this channel again with I went in there for a couple minutes with a big panel of people, and it's just a total, there's nothing interesting going on. But yeah, you got 380 people watching. So unfortunately, I must have picked the wrong genre, right? Like if I just wanted to have people watching, you know, it's mind-boggling. You know, even saw some of our own people in there. Whew, wow. Let's see. Yeah, I thought they seemed like they're real people, right? Yeah, let's see. All right, now we're moving on to Mary Lou Gant. Okay. And this one has almost no information at all. Like literally, this is it. This little thing right here. Check it out. A Wayne Township woman found beaten and stabbed in her home February 14th, died Wednesday night at St. Elizabeth Medical Center. So she lived for a couple weeks, actually. Thank you, Lee D. Your wife is snoring. Let's see. So the Montgomery County Coroner's Office identified the victim as Mary Lou Gant, 55, and she lives at, I do have that in there at least, 5327. And this is all right around in the same years as the other ones. So right there, you know, and she died 8:06 p.m. of injuries she received after a blow to her head and stab wounds in her back. Wayne Township police are investigating, but no arrests have been made. So that was the only article in the paper. I did find, hold on. There we go. Oops. Shoot. Huh. Well, I guess maybe I have to open this up in Firefox. Hold on a second. It's wanting me has to be registered, but Firefox sometimes goes around that part. Well, this article here had nothing to do with it, but I wanted to show you. I don't know if you guys can barely read this, but look at this. He's serving 40-year sentence for killing 29-year-old Mary Louise Gant, which is Mary Lou Gant. This is a different Mary Lou Gant. I mean, listen, everybody. Do not, if you have a last name of Gant, do not name your children, any one of your child, Mary Lou, okay? Because you have two people named Mary Lou Gant that have been murdered. And man, Gant isn't really that common, you know. And, you know, Mary Lou is mildly common, but man, I just... And it was actually in 1982 as well. So this is 1980, and that was 1982, but they're not actually related. You can barely see it down here, but I can't open that up. And then on this site, this is her right here. And what all they said was Mary Lou Gant was stabbed to death on February 14th. You know, I think there was some significance there to the date. 1980 in Huber Heights. There was no forced entry into her home, and she was alone the night she was killed. She was found the next morning by her husband. If you have any information about this case, please contact Miami Valley Crime Stoppers at 937-222-STOP. You know, she's even on a playing card here. Yeah, so she was actually killed on Valentine's Day. So, you know, maybe it's like a Valentine's Day killer. Doesn't sound like it was the husband, though. Yeah, you don't want to be named Mary Lou Gant. Okay. All right, now we're moving on to another story. This one is Minnie L Bogan. And this one has, this lady's black. This case, though, finally she had some, there was a little bit of coverage. Not a ton, but more than some of the other ones that we've seen. This one would have had a lot, however, had it been a white victim, given the case itself. Children on a school nature excursion discovered the body of a 24-year-old Dayton woman Thursday in a ravine near Guthrie Road. So I do have her, let's see. Yeah. So it's right in this area here. Police said the woman, Minnie L Bogan, of 221 Boyer Street, apparently had been stabbed repeatedly. The body was discovered by the children at approximately 2:45 p.m. while touring a nature trail in the heavily wooded area behind the Dayton Police Academy. I mean, that's crazy. So she was found somewhere in this general area. Right? It was west of the police academy and then off this road. Interesting that it was right next to the police academy. And they said they had, let's see, Montgomery County coroner investigators said they were not sure how long the woman's body had been in the ravine, which was obscured from the roadway by a dirt embankment. Police had no suspects in the slaying. So let's go down to the road here and see if there's still a ravine. Yeah, see, there you go. Right down in there, that's a, so the person was probably just dumped. I would imagine that Minnie was just dumped down that embankment there. And then somehow kids found her. I don't know how they did that, but. And police have no suspects. Okay, then the same day in the newspaper, the body of a 24-year-old woman was found yesterday afternoon along a road in southwest Dayton by some middle school students. Minnie L Bogan of 221 Boyer Street had suffered multiple stab wounds to the chest, and it appears her body had been by the road 3 or 4 days, officials said. She had been reported missing last week. Her clothed body was found about 2:45 p.m. along Guthrie Road, just west of the Dayton Police Academy. It was found by 3 teenage students in a group from the alternative middle school housed at Highview School at 2101 MacArthur Avenue. Yeah, I mean, I don't really. Does it really matter what school the kids went to that found the body? I mean, that's kind of dumb information to put out too. The group was accompanied by a teacher and principal. An autopsy is scheduled today to determine the cause of death. Mrs. Bogan was last heard from about 9 p.m. April 24th, when she called her mother to say she was coming home. Investigators said they were told that. Miss Bogan reportedly had left home between 4 and 5 p.m. that day. Although there was no identification on the body, investigators said she was wearing glasses with initials on them. The initials checked with the name of the woman on a police missing person report, which led to her identification. Miss Bogan was laid off from Dayton's Model Cities program, investigators said they were told. They said it has not been determined where she was killed. So her home is just right over here. It's not far, except where she lived no longer exists. And even if you go back all the way to 1994, it's still empty. Now, this, you still see a home there and there, but now those two are gone and that one's still gone. So that one was removed prior to 1993. I wonder if we can go up just a little higher. So the higher you go, you can see that's 1984, but now it doesn't. Well, let's see. Yeah, can't see it. Dayton, and look at this though. She was stabbed 67 times. That's insane, right? A 24-year-old woman whose body was found along a road in southwest Dayton by some students Thursday was stabbed 67 times. Her throat also was cut, and she was beaten about the face, according to Dr. Donald E. Schaefer. Sounds like she was tortured. Minnie L Bogan of 221 Boyer Street died of massive bleeding into her chest because of stab wounds. Dayton police said yesterday they have no suspects and no motive in the death of Miss Bogan, whose body was found about 2:45 p.m. Thursday along Guthrie Road, just west of the Dayton Police Academy. It was found by 3 teenagers on a field trip from the alternative middle school at nearby Highview School, 2101 MacArthur Avenue. Schaefer estimated the woman had been dead about 4 days. Investigators said they have been told she was last seen about 1 a.m. April 25th getting into a car with a man at West 3rd and William Street. Was last seen about 1 a.m. April 25th getting into a car with a man at West. Let's see where that is. West 3rd Street. Wow. Yeah, it's just right near her house, too. Right there. Yeah, it definitely feels like it's something personal. I mean, 67 stab wounds, beaten in the face. Somebody was really very personal, very angry. I mean, it could also be a serial killer too, you know, because they do the same kind of shit. They'll take out their personal rage on somebody else on a proxy body, right? So they don't, you know, serial killers, when they go, oh, it's personal, it's personal. Well, I mean, sure, but you know, the victim doesn't necessarily, it's not really personal towards the victim. They're just filling in a spot to satisfy the rage that they had towards somebody else, maybe. Like, for example, in the, you know, the East Area Rapist case is a good one because he kept blaming, you know, his first wife that left, it didn't marry him. You know, he was engaged, so it wasn't a wife. She was engaged, and then she never married him. and he always kept mumbling her name. So he's probably acting out some of that rage all the time on some of these victims, on some of his victims. Yeah, and then somebody like Ted Bundy, you know, he's always murdering women that have a similar look, the brown hair, parted in the middle, very pretty, young, you know, and I don't remember if that was supposed to be like his mother or something, but, you know, he had a lot of rage towards a specific look that sort of filled in what he wanted to exact his rage on. Yeah. So, yes, everybody, we are on to the next month now. We got to keep on going. We've got a big, you know, this month we've got to get some funds together to be able to do the DNA testing. I've got 1,000 transferred over, but it's usually like 3,000 total. So I'm going to have to be taking money out of my PayPal account as well if we don't, you know, if it happens prior to the end of the month. His ex-girlfriend. So that was Bundy's ex-girlfriend that looked like that? Okay. I thought it was something like that. I couldn't remember. Huh? Alright. Investigators said they've been told she was last seen at 1 a.m. April 25th. The relative said she left her home and called her mother. A missing person report was filed. Huh. So we got one more article on this one. This one isn't really an article. It's just this is her, though, right there. So Minnie L Bogan, age 24, of 221 Boyer Street, a lifelong resident of Dayton, died Monday. She was a graduate of Roosevelt High School, class of 73, and a former employee of Montgomery County Welfare Department, survived by her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wilbert Louise Bogan, with whom she resided. One sister, Mary of Dayton, one brother, Isa Lee Smith of Boston, Massachusetts. You know, so anyways, you know, she's got a whole family there, and that's it, man. After this story here, they never covered it again. And for me, this one was a lot more, you know, it should have been a lot more interesting for them to look into. I mean, when you got somebody stabbed 67 times, her throat cut, and she was beaten, you know, there's a monster out there. And that was it. Good night, Richard. All right. Okay, now this is the one that I put a link in the description, and you can go. It's a lot more involved. They kind of relate it to some other murders, but this is the murder of an 8-year-old child in Columbus. And her name was Asenath Dukat, but I think she went by like Sini. She had a nickname, Sini, I believe. So police in the upper Arlington suburb of Columbus are probing the slaying of an 8-year-old girl whose body was found in a creek bed a few blocks from her home. The victim, Asenath Dukat, was beaten on the face with a 20-pound rock found near her body. The body was discovered Tuesday, a few hours after she was reported missing by her parents. The parents called police after the child was late coming home from school. Upper Arlington police said the suburb has had problems in the last few weeks with men trying to lure children. See, there was a couple other incidents. Lieutenant T.J. Culp said police were not overlooking the possibility she was sexually assaulted. Her clothes were tampered with. Police said they plan to increase patrol in the affluent suburb. Let's see. Police in the upper Arlington suburb of Columbus are probing the slaying. The victim, Asenath Dukat, was beaten on the face with a 20-pound rock. I mean, Jesus. Near her body, police said. The body was discovered a few hours after she was reported missing by her own parents. Her parents found her. The parents called police after the child was late coming home from school. Well, her parents reported her missing. I think they found her too, if I remember right, but maybe not. The parents called police after the child was late coming home from school. Upper Arlington police said the suburb has had problems in the last few weeks with men trying to lure children into cars. Now, let's see. Lieutenant T.J. Culp said police were not overlooking the possibility she was sexually assaulted. Okay. So we got that. And police look for leads in young girl's murder. Upper Arlington police say they have some leads, but nothing strong to go on in the murder of an 8-year-old girl that has shaken this Columbus suburb. Asenath Dukat, a third grader at the Barrington Elementary School. So I have all this mapped out. Yeah, Sini is her nickname. Thanks, Jessica Schubach. Yeah, slow one. So here we go. So here's a school that she went to right here. And she'd already made it to school and then was on her way home. And apparently she lives only 1 block from where she was found. And she was found in a drainage ditch, and they said it was at this intersection. So I would bet money that that's it, because there's nothing like that on this side. I think it was right there. Police said the girl was on her way home from school when she was attacked. Her body was found several hours after her parents reported her missing at 4:30. Police are investigating the similarities between this case and another attack May 7th. In that case, an 11-year-old Tremont Elementary School girl was choked into unconsciousness, but her attacker fled. And look where that other school is. That's just right there. So her school was right there, and that other school is right there. And I think there's a really good chance that that was the same person. Upper Arlington Police Chief Kenneth Boers said both attacks occurred about the same time of day, so after school, and at the same area. In both cases, a red bicycle was seen nearby. Both attacks were sexually motivated, he said. We have 10 people working full-time in the case, Boers said, adding the department has questioned several people, but an arrest probably is not imminent. We have several leads, but nothing I would call strong, he said. Police said they are satisfied, but one woman who was driving in the area saw the killer Tuesday afternoon. Under hypnosis, the woman told police Wednesday that she recalled seeing a clean-cut man in a white t-shirt carrying a large object in both arms, perhaps the victim. A red bicycle was parked nearby, she told police. Police said a composite sketch of the May 7 attacker closely matches the description another witness gave Wednesday. It shows a man, thin with an olive complexion and dark brown or black hair. He's believed to be between 15 and 20. In the meantime, parents have banded together in the Columbus suburb to oversee their children's safety. Hey, thanks, Shelly Wagner. In the meantime, there is a great deal of concern for the children there. There always has been. Yeah, so they're just talking about the fear in the neighborhood.
Really enjoying your channel.
Awesome. And just know that part of that right there is going to charity at the end of the month. or helping to keep building the fund for genealogy. We're going to try to get the 1961 unidentified kidnapper. I think it was Alabama, if I remember right. Let's see. Police in this affluent suburb said Saturday that they have no new leads or clues to the identity of the person who killed an 8-year-old. The body of Asenath Dukat was found Tuesday in a shallow stream. See, there you go. See that? A shallow stream about a block from her suburban Columbus home. Police said she had been abducted as she walked home from the elementary school she attended and was raped, choked, and battered with a rock. Police Chief Kenneth Boer said his department has received more than 600 telephone calls with information. You know what's weird is it's right in the middle of the day. So it's almost like he took her somewhere. Then he put her there later. I mean, who in their right mind, I mean, not that you'd be in your right mind to be a psycho like that, but I mean, 4 o'clock in the afternoon in an area that looks like this. Let's go back to, well, and this is 1994, so it looks like this was an apartment complex and they've even torn down a bunch of the buildings, but that's 94. So what we don't know what was there before, and there's a little stream there. It's a lot different now, though. Watch. See, now there's a road that goes here, and so it's quite a bit different. But it would seem odd to be raping and beating a child right around in this area. It seems like they would have taken her somewhere and then put her there right after that. A man matching the same description was also spotted in the area of the other attack on May 7th. A local private firm will experiment with the process on rocks similar to the murder weapon, said Boer. If the technique is successful in detecting impressions from the rock surfaces, the weapon that was used will be sent to the FBI. Although his department already has a good composite sketch of the killer, Boer said he also hopes to have a psychological profile of the man compiled. Yeah, well, that's what the FBI does. Let's see. Borrower said that 43 persons have been questioned in connection with the homicide. 2 of those questions will undergo further investigation. I don't want to discourage or put a damper on people lending help. Police said the killer, described as a dark-haired white male about 20 years of age, may have been the same man who beat and choked a 10-year-old who was on her way home from an Upper Arlington school May 7th. Yeah, so I think that could very well be the same person. It's a very similar time frame. All right, now we're on the next day here. More than likely, the killer of an 8-year-old suburban Upper Arlington girl may be a very moral and normal person who does not exhibit traits of potential violence, according to a Columbus psychiatrist. Well, no, he's not normal, and he's not normal. So, I don't know where you could say it. You could say he could be pretending to be moral and normal. Asenath Dukat was abducted on her way home from school last Tuesday and was raped, choked, and battered with a 20-pound rock. The chances are that the person who committed this crime will be hard to detect to tell him from anybody else, said Dr. Ronald Litvak, who was served as court-appointed psychiatrist for Franklin County. Litvak is president of the medical staff of Harding Hospital and is also on the staff at Riverside Hospital and the faculty of Ohio State University. He would not deal specifically with the Dukat slang, but did provide the Columbus Dispatch with the possible psychological profile of the killer. Yeah. He cautioned, however, that underneath there is anger. Let's see, the person police are searching for could be very quiet, even withdrawn. Yeah, well, that's true. According to LitFact. People may even label them pleasant. He cautioned, however, that underneath there is anger, a feeling of inadequacy. LitFact said the way a person acts will be determined by the kinds of problems with which he must deal, adding that such a person will become less stable as the pressure of the problems increase. A layperson might think, you mean us commoners? This guy probably has a British accent, you know. Yes, and you lay people. You might... a layperson might think that something outstanding or particular triggers the person to act, he said. It's more likely that a number of unrelated events built up and triggered action. Yeah, I don't know. Upper Arlington police, who have 12 investigators assigned to the case, say they have questioned more than 50 persons since the slaying and intend to contact 80 more. And by the way, my comment about British accents really just that everybody with a British accent sounds much more authoritarian on any topic, right? You got to admit, right? That's why David Attenborough is so much better. If he changed his voice to just a common person, it wouldn't sound like any, you know, he wouldn't be saying anything interesting. I wonder why it became that way. Yeah. Police speculate the killer is the same person who beat and choked a 9-year-old girl from the same community. Police in the upper Arlington suburb of Columbus are probing the slaying of an 8-year-old girl whose body was found in a creek bed a few blocks from her home. The victim, Asenath Dukat, was beaten on the face with a 20-pound rock found near her body, police said. The body was discovered Tuesday, a few hours after she was reported missing by her parents. The parents called police after the child was late. Yeah, so it's just a repeat. Then we've got... Then all the reporting kind of stopped, and then 1982... There's this article, and see... This is where we get Kelly Prosser, and her case was just solved. And that's when her name came up again during that time frame. So these are all these different, so you got Demita Sullivan, Tina Marie Harmon, Krista Harrison, Dawn Marie Hendershot, Tammy Seals, Joanne Herbert, and Asenath Dukat right there. So, only Upper Arlington Police Detective Edward Tyne would discuss specific profiles, saying Tanay's conclusion were consistent with that of the suspect in the murder of Asenath Dukat. Here are brief histories of each of the cases. So, Senny, as she was known to her friends, was last seen June 3rd, 1980, at a crosswalk 3 blocks from school. She and her classmates had been kept late 10 minutes and as punishment. See, just think about that right there. See, if that hadn't happened, she would have probably, the timing would have changed. So 10 minutes and punishment for some rowdy behavior. She was reported missing by her parents at 4 p.m., so that quick. The 11-block walk usually took 20 minutes. 40 had passed. Her fully clothed body was found 3.5 hours later. So that means that person took her somewhere, assaulted her, probably even dressed her again so he could get her back to that spot, and then he, probably crushed her head with that stone on location. He may have even, wasn't she strangled too? According to Time, the girl's skull had been crushed with a large stone, and there was evidence of sexual attack. She also had been choked. Okay, so she may have been choked to unconsciousness and then placed there and then smashed in the head, because I would imagine if she was still alive, she would have screamed or yelled, and somebody might have heard her. So he probably knew she was still alive, but unconscious due to the choking, and then he just took the rock out and crushed her head. I mean, absolute monster, right? Okay, and so this is another article that came out that same day. These are just 9 abducted in 2 years within 150 miles. And she's right there, listed again. Same group of kids. Now on this one website here, I'm gonna put this in the chat here. So if you're watching on replay, you should go check this website out. It goes through, it has everything. And so it's called Long Walk Home UA.com. So, it just has tons and tons of pictures, and it even has a couple reports that I have right here, so I'll go over those. I put the link in the description too. But these are a couple of this is the police report at the time. I don't know how they must have been able to get this through Freedom of Information. On the date and time above, Patrolman W. Worley, working special duty at First Community Village, made a check of the grounds for the subject above, who had been reported missing at 7:26 p.m. on 6/3/1980. I thought she was reported missing at 4 something. Patrolman Worley found subject lying on her back on the east side of the service road which enters the village from Waltham Road, in the drainage ditch next to the drainage tile which runs under the roadway. Yeah, so see, I think that's just 100% it, right? I mean, right there, this probably runs underneath the roadway. The subject was found to have been struck in the head with a large rock. And then they must have a picture of it says property card 21297. Subject was also showed signs of strangulation, and subject's elbows showed scrape marks. So, possibly, well, I don't know, that's weird, because elbows having scrape marks, you'd have to be then dragged head first. If you're dragging feet first, your arms would flop over and it wouldn't be marking up your elbow. So that might have been from some other reason. That's a strange deal. All right, here we go. And this is some narrative written up in 1983. In reference to your phone conversation with Detective Ed Tyne of our department concerning a case you have as it might relate to a rape homicide we had, I submit the following summary. So I guess they called over and this is a summary of it. On June 3rd, 1980, our victim, who was female, white, 8 years old, left school late at 3:10 p.m. She left alone and began to walk home carrying some papers and an umbrella. We have witnesses that can place her 3 to 4 blocks from the school walking. At 3:50 p.m., her mother became worried that she was not home and has her other children. Worried that she was not home and has her other children, and some neighbors began a search for her. That's a really horrible sentence. At 4:34 p.m., they called the police to report her missing. So it was 4:34, not 7 something. Oh, here we go. An intensive search is begun, which ended at 7:28 p.m. when a police officer found her body face up in a creek about 2 blocks from her home. Her skull had been crushed with a 25-pound rock from the creek. She was fully clothed, however. It was evident that her pants had been down, then pulled back up. An autopsy showed she had been raped, as there was a lot of trauma to her, vaginal area. Lab tests showed no evidence of sperm or semen. They did find a small amount of urine, which is not hers. Wow, hopefully they kept some of this stuff. I don't understand that, though. Jesus. This was determined by the fact that the urine was alkaline in nature, which is not normal. No other conclusion could be reached by the lab due to the small quantity, plus the fact that it was mixed with the victim's blood. The autopsy also revealed she had ruptured spleen, indicating she had been hit or kicked at some time. The entire area where she was walking and where the body was found is residential. The weather was sunny and warm with a lot of people out, yet we have nobody that saw anything. See, that is weird, right? That's what I was saying. She was killed out in the open next to... I think she was put there in the evening, though, like probably around, maybe even around 6:30 or so. But she was killed there. The person had her somewhere else, and she just was unconscious. And then the person sort of hidden down in that little creek area, smashed her head, and then he took off. She was killed out in the open next to the complex for the elderly, yet they saw nothing. We found her school papers and umbrella. Yeah. Someone she knew. She was taken to an unknown location where she was raped. See, there you go. That's true. That's what I was thinking. Subject then returned her to the area near her home, where we think he killed her on impulse. This is all speculation on our part, as we cannot substantiate any of it with evidence. Right. Well, I think she wasn't conscious when she was put down there, because she would have yelled, and like kids would. Somebody would have heard something, but he probably pulled his car up in that little, next to it, took her out, looked around, made sure nobody was really looking at that moment. Well, they said that, Gene, so yeah. We published a composite of a subject which may or may not be involved. On May 7th, 1980, we had a 10-year-old girl attacked in her backyard as she was returning from school. He attempted to rape her but was scared off by a neighbor's dog. He grabbed her from behind so she did not get a good look at him. However, she gave a composite of an individual she saw a few minutes before on a bike. This subject had similar gloves as her attacker. At the time of the homicide, we operated on a theory that it was the same guy and published the composite. However, there was a chance we are dealing with two different people, which would mean the composite may be worthless. Since the beginning of this case, we have indexed 6,000 names of people that we have had contact with. We were given over a period of time about 600 suspects to check out. this has been very difficult to do with our lack of evidence. Therefore, many of these people have never been cleared. Well, man, I hope they still have the rock. And, you know, they should check the rock and her clothing for his DNA now. I mean, that's a perfect case for it. You know, when you grab a rock, it's going to pull cells off your hands, unless he was wearing gloves. Now, the urine, if you guys still have the urine, that's going to have cells of his in it, right? I guess my pitch for this month's fundraising isn't working tonight. Yeah, so hopefully they can get some DNA. Maybe I need to just put myself in jail. Maybe will that work? Oh Jesus, man! Spent the whole day. So, because there's people watching, it goes, gosh, Greg, I'm gonna do it. There we go. I'm so mean. Now I'm in jail. Okay. If that's the only way to do it, then that's it. So be it. Because I know what it takes to get to the numbers so that we can do what we've been doing. All right? Without it, we're not going to be able to make it. Thank you, Sandy Stoll. And see, that doesn't say bail. It just says thank you. So thank you, Sandy Stoll. I don't see that one say bail on it. We got... yeah, you guys got to check out that narrative link that I put up there, though. A lot of stuff in there. Oh, cool. You became a Patreon. Huh? Awesome. Let's see. Hey, all right. Got Paulette Leonard and Rebecca N. Thank you guys for becoming a patrons on Patreon. Very cool. All right, so here we go. I'm now out of prison. All right. Yeah, I don't make up shit, everybody. I tell you exactly what we're doing on this channel, right? So, you know, I know it's hard times. I'm only talking to people. I don't want you to go without food or something or not be able to pay bills. I'm just saying, you know, if you can help support the channel and keep it going, I just know what it needs to do it. So I might, you know, I can always lower the amount we donate. Because I did notice that the revenue went down from second, third to fourth. But that's, you know, COVID shit, right? So, but hey, awesome. 2 new Patreon members. Excellent. Thank you.
Bail.
Thanks, Gene Fish, Sandy Stoll, and Mike S. Yeah. So, you guys all know, right? You've been around for a long time. Yeah. So that is it for the information I have. But if you want like this really deep dive, I didn't want to like reinvent a wheel. That person went way deep into that case. So the link's in the description. It's also in the chat above. Okay. So now we're moving on to another case. And this one is Vicki L Koch. You know, like Ed Koch or the mayor. And I think there's a picture somewhere. Yeah. So that's her right there. This one's a little bit weird too. They're all strange. A lot of psychos that lived in Ohio during about a 20-year period. I don't know if they left either. Thank you, LM, as in Element Open. The Decabet. Police friends wondering about missing teacher. The disappearance of Vicki Koch has left friends and colleagues hoping for the best. This is when she's missing. And Circleville police hoping for clues to her whereabouts. Miss Koch, 25, of 480 Lancaster Pike, was last seen by friends Sunday, August 10th. She was reported missing to the Circleville Police Department last Thursday. Circleville police said they have gone through every possible lead. Miss Koch's file has been put on a statewide teletype, and the Bureau of Criminal Investigation has been called into the case. Miss Koch was to have started her third year of teaching in the Westfall Local School District August 27th. You know, I actually went and found where she was given a contract in the paper, but I just, it's kind of a boring. It was like 3 months prior where it had her name, and it says, oh, she was given a contract to work for the school district. Her principal, Lowell Anderson, said Miss Koch is very quiet and said her disappearance is not at all like Vicki. This is quite shocking, said Anderson, of the Capital University graduate. I found her to be dedicated to the school and the students. She's respected by the students and teachers alike. She's a lovable person, Anderson said. Miss Koch is very dependable and added she rarely is absent from work. She said her fellow teachers are just as shocked as he was, and some of them feel Miss Koch did not vanish on her own. We think she may have been abducted, said Anderson. Circleville police said Miss Koch is 5'5", weighs 140 pounds, has sandy colored hair and blue eyes. Anyone with any information on her should contact the Circleville Police Department. It's really unusual, said Anderson. It's not like her to disappear like this. And then I think it's still up here. This is on the 26th. That was the 18th of August, 1980. This is now the 26th of August, 1980. Circleville City Police enlisting public help continue their search for a man wanted in the strangulation beating death of Brenda K. Wolfe Sunday. This is a different person. Circleville Municipal Court issued a warrant Monday for the arrest of Ronald E. Will for the aggravated murder of Mrs. Wolfe, found early Sunday afternoon in alley behind the Super Sport Shop on West Main Street. Will was last known to be living in the, let's see, where does it say? I think down here. Temple described the incident as brutal slaying. The woman put up a bloody fight that began on West Main Street and ended up in the alley less than 40 feet away from a security light. A youth found the body Sunday. This is regarding Wolfe, this other person. The woman, widower Emmett Wolfe, was in jail at the time of the incident, arrested by police late Saturday evening for assault. Let's see. The woman's widower, Emmett Wolfe, was in jail at the time of the incident, arrested by police late Saturday evening for assault. Temple said the woman was in the company of 2 other men that night. I think her name gets brought up, I think, down in... Yeah. Let's see. That money was never used to post the bond. Let's see. Council is a group of local teachers association. All right. A $500 reward that has been posted by the slightly off-center University Council, a branch of Ohio Education Association, for information leading to the arrest and conviction of persons responsible for the disappearance of the Jackson Elementary School teacher who was employed in the Westfall School District. The UNISERV Council is a group of local teacher associations, including those of all Pickaway County schools. Temple said the murder is part of an increase in trouble that has occurred in the West Main Street area. Well, they put together this money for Vicki Koch. It has her name right here. Police are asking people with information about Will or Miss Koch to contact a law enforcement agency. So that was just a time she was mentioned. Alright, so then now we're about a month after she went missing. The search for the missing Westfall teacher is over. A body found in Madison County cornfield Wednesday evening was positively identified Thursday afternoon as Vicki Koch, 25, a Jackson Elementary School teacher, missing from her Circleville apartment since August 10th. The cause of death has not been determined. We aren't any more ahead of it now than we were when we began, said Circleville Police Chief Robert Temple. But he noted that the cooperation of the public and other law enforcement agencies has been excellent. An Oak Run Township employee found Miss Koch's body in a cornfield while moving the berm of Moorman Road off Ohio 56. Let's see, what's he saying there? Found, so another city worker, right? In a cornfield while moving the berm. Okay, I see. Madison County Sheriff Steve Saltzman said identification was made with dental charts. I think I have her. No, this is where she lived. She lived right in this area. Let's see. So it said. See if we can figure out where she was found here. Okay, so of Moorman Road. Okay, here we go. Now we can get there. And this is in. Let's see. Okay, that makes sense. Wow. Moorman Road off Ohio 56, about a halfway between Mount Sterling and London. And there's 56. So I guess like right here this is where she was found. Just right in. Found Miss Koch's body in a cornfield. Yeah, it looks like cornfield there. While mowing the berm of Moorman Road off of Ohio 56. So probably around in this area. Now there's no street view right there, but I guess you could see it. Yeah, so probably out there. It's hard to really know. I mean, it could be far down this road, way down here somewhere. It seems to end right there, so it's definitely in that area right there. Yeah, I don't think reward money hardly ever does a damn thing. Okay, I know sometimes it does work. We saw that recently, but you know, I just think it just rarely works It gives more interest. Oh my God, $250,000. Anyways, I don't know how you guys got onto a discussion about reward. We're talking this case here hasn't mentioned reward, really. It's just kind of trying to put out the facts right now at this point. An Oak Run Township employee found Miss Koch's body in a cornfield while moving the berm of Mormon Road off Ohio 56. Madison County Sheriff Steve Saltzman said identification was made with dental charts because little tissue was left on the skeleton. The only thing the body had on was a pair of Levi jeans. So no, upper shirt. Saltzman said Assistant Madison County Coroner Dr. John Starr estimated the body had been there 3 to 5 weeks. The body was taken. A berm is usually like a raise, like a slight little hill that creates like a ridge around something. Well, hell, let's just look it up. He hates it outside. Yeah, there you go. So a berm, a flat strip of land, raised bank, or a terrace bordering a river or canal. Yeah. Blue? Come on, Blue. Blue hates it outside when it's raining or windy. Oh my God, he just he panics. Anyways, it's going to be difficult to determine the cause of death unless they would find a fracture in the skull or a bullet hole. Tibble said police still are receiving calls from citizens, but information has been repetitious. Somebody has to have seen something. Miss Koch was last seen August 10th by a girlfriend she dropped off in Stoutsville after they attended the play Shenandoah. Her shoes, car keys, house keys, and a notation about the play were found in a diary in her apartment. Well, that's interesting. Her shoes, car keys, house keys. That means almost like she was abducted from her home. Were found in a diary in her apartment near US 22. Her car was found parked on East Main Street. Let's see where that is. Man, some weirdness going on in some of these. Okay, so this is where she lived right there, but her car was parked on East Main Street somewhere. I guess we don't really get to know where, but her car was parked somewhere on East Main Street. Efforts to locate Miss Koch during the 38... Well, let's get a higher up view, though, and just to picture where she was found. Okay. So her body was found right there, which is 26 miles away. So I would think... I mean, the way I would picture this going down is that somebody who, she may have been a target or maybe not. I don't know, but their car was probably parked somewhere around here. Then they abducted her, got into her home, abducted her, got her into her own vehicle, and then drove her after... I don't know if she was killed there or wherever, but took her all the way out here, dumped her body over here, then drove her vehicle back into town, dropped it off on Main Street here, and then walked back, because it just seems like it's a really convenient place to park that leads directly back to where she lived. So she got out of her vehicle. He got out of her vehicle somewhere on Main Street here, and then walked back to their vehicle and took off. Or they even lived somewhere around here, but you wouldn't really want to park the car near where you lived, I wouldn't think. So probably parked somewhere, could have even parked over in this area and then just walked, because nobody would be suspicious randomly of a random person walking on a street. What's that? Calling all generous freaks? Is that what that means? Calling all generous freaks. Calling all generous freaks. What do you mean turn labels on? I don't want to turn labels on. I'm going to leave it the way I have it. No, I got it though. I've got it fine. Thanks. Hey, DVVVVVVD, why don't you go do your own channel, okay? That'd be great. All right, so anyways, right around in this area right here is where Vicki Locke lived, right there. And then right over here we've got East Main Street. And that's where her car was found. Inside of her home were her shoes, house key, and car keys, which... Well, that's interesting then. How did her car keys get into her house? Unless she had a second set of keys. No, it wasn't. Okay, it says her shoes, car keys, house keys, and a notation about the play were found in a diary in her apartment. So how did her car keys get back into her apartment? Did the killer actually... Let's try to make that work. That's some weird shit right there. Yeah, I just said that, Paula, like 4 times. So let's see. The car keys were found in the apartment, and let me think. So if she was abducted there, you know, some people do have a separate set of keys, right, inside the car, right? Or hot wired. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I don't know, Bree. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Let's see. The main thing now is how do we get the... So, you know, a lot of people have those parking keys that you put in the car for valet parking. So it could have easily been something like that. But it doesn't seem like they would just guess at something like that. Like if you went to somebody's apartment and abducted them or killed them out of the apartment, wouldn't you want to already have a set of keys? You wouldn't just take her out to the car and hope there's a valet key in the car, right? Well, no, you didn't type it before I said it, Paula. You're delayed maybe on your end, but I can just tell you that. I know people like to think that a lot, but let me think. Right, it's weird because her shoes were in there too, you know. And when they're saying her shoes, that means the ones that she would have been wearing. They wouldn't even have mentioned that one. Yes, DVVVD. I control time. Yes. I can just tell you, though, you guys are on a little bit of a delay. And I even saw it, like, I don't know, who gives a shit? God, Jesus. Yeah, so her shoes, car keys, house keys, See, that DVD guy, he's one of the trolls that show up to channels, trying to be really clever with a little, like they have these really unique thoughts, like they're interesting, and they're not, you know. So we've got her shoes, car keys, house keys, and a notation about her play. So that means the shoes that she would have been wearing, the car keys, and then yet the car is over here. How would the killer have known that there was a spare car key or something like that? So is there another way that could have happened? Could the killer have actually gone back to her apartment after? But why would he, you know? I don't know. That's too risky. Who would do something like that? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, I do get lots of trolls. I'm gonna get rid of this guy, though. Not interesting to me. He's always gonna have something clever, you know. Ooh, look how clever I am, but it never makes sense, you know. It's one of those kind of guys. Right, but at the same time, well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess if it was somebody she knew. And then that would make more sense, too, as a targeted attack. Because then the person would know, like, here's the thing. If the car was found somewhere on the street, the killer may have parked their car near this area, then walked to her home, knowing that that's who the victim is, you know, the target. Then he goes to the home, knows, like maybe they dated before, knew about the other key, forces her into the vehicle, then drives all the way out to, you know, here, wherever the killing took place. Maybe even happened in the apartment. I guess we don't, well, we might find that out or we might not. I haven't read these. Then her body was dumped out here. Then later, the car driven back to this area, and then he still has the other set of keys, gets into his own vehicle, drives away, and then throws those keys somewhere. And that would explain everything right there. So yeah, it does make more sense that she knew the person. Miss Koch was last seen August 10th. Okay, down here it says, efforts to locate Miss Koch during the 38 days she was missing included air search by an Ohio State Patrol. They probably didn't drive 25 miles away, though. And a search of Hargis Creek by the Pickaway County Sheriff's Department. Underwater recovery team. Oh yeah, and then I just thought it was weird. I should have kept the other one when she was hired, but in this one it said, Dawn Wagner is the new Title I reading teacher at Jackson Elementary School. The Westfall Board of Education hired her to fill the position left vacant upon the death of Vicki Koch. How about you just kind of keep that quiet, you know? It's, I don't know. I don't like that kind of stuff. Who gives a shit, you know? You don't need to tell everybody how you hired that one teacher. Plus, you know, you never know what kind of sicko's out there. Okay, and then about 8 months later, I didn't say the family member wanted to kill her, Gene. Hey, look at that. It's Carol, look at the flowers. Meaning Carol said, look at the flowers from Walking Dead. The second kidnapping is less than 2 years in Pickaway County. Ended a lot quicker, but the result was just as tragic. Harold Flowers, a part-time carry-out employee in Asheville, was murdered after he was abducted during a robbery Tuesday evening. Law enforcement officers found his body and have charged 2 men with aggravated robbery and kidnapping. Murder charges are expected to be filed possibly today, according to Pickaway County Sheriff Dwight Radcliffe. Few clues, however, have been found concerning the murder of Vicki Koch, a Title I reading teacher in the West Falls School District. You know, the teacher whose job was replaced. Miss Koch, a Circleville resident, was last seen alive August 10th. Hey, thanks Duda Silva for subscribing. Oh, and you too, gonna live forever. It's always weird how we get these little batches of subscribers. You know, here's another one. See? There's 3 right there. Why is that always going on? I mean, I didn't say something really interesting right at that moment. That 4 people said, oh, gotta subscribe. Oh, now it's 5. I wonder if those are like the troll sign-ins, you know. Miss Koch, let's see. Her body was found in September in a cornfield in southeastern Madison County. It's very frustrating, said Detective Bob Anderson of the Madison County Sheriff's Department. We got in it awful late up here, he said, referring to the kidnapping which took place in Circleville. Anderson said he gets leads periodically. We're working on a small lead right now, but we don't know how it's going to pan out, he said. Still an active investigation. Every once in a while, something trickles in. And then another year later, the 1980 murder of Circleville school teacher is still unsolved. The Circleville Police Department may learn today, though it has a suspect. A 28-year-old Detroit man was to be questioned in Texas by Houston police about the murder of Vicki Koch on August 10th, 1980. Coral Eugene Watts already has admitted to 13 murders in Texas and Michigan, but he is refusing to discuss any further murders, according to reports. The 25-year-old Koch was abducted from her Circleville apartment, so we got that one right, after returning from a performance in Ross County. Her body was discovered in a Madison County cornfield. Watts was convicted Friday of burglary with intent to commit murder. He was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Watts was granted immunity from murder charges because of plea bargaining. Hey, thanks, Cairo. You made it a less slow night. That's right. Definitely the killer in this case right here worked at Anadarko Oil, and it's really amazing.
I heard Anadarko has offices in Circleville, Ohio.
Hey, let me ask you this, Cairo. Where aren't there offices of Anadarko Oil? Okay. Oh, and look at the next sentence I was about to read, Cairo. You're not going to believe this. Watch this. Watts was convicted Friday of burglary with intent to commit murder. I just did read that one. So is there another Chris Watts? That's probably what you heard. That's why you said that. Watts was granted immunity from murder charges because of plea bargaining. He led police to the graves of some of the murdered individuals. Watts reportedly was living in Detroit during the time Koch was killed. Houston police told Circleville Police Sergeant Ronald Thompson that it wasn't unusual for Watts to drive 200 to 300 miles and kill someone. Wow! Guy's a damn time traveler. And then 2 days later, it appears Vicki Koch's murder will remain unsolved. Circleville police thought they had a suspect when Coral Eugene Watts admitted to Houston detectives that he killed 13 women in Texas and Michigan, but Watts has denied any involvement in the August 1980 murder of the Circleville schoolteacher. At this point, we've got nothing to connect him with the murder. Koch was abducted from her Circleville apartment August 10th after attending a performance. I wonder how police negotiate through the finding her car keys inside the house. Now, people do have spare keys. I mean, I don't know. I mean, everybody should have a spare car key. You know, in case you lose it, you gotta. All right, so now we're moving forward another 4 months. MUNTS. Oh, somebody asked me to give my thoughts on Kendrick Johnson. I have given my thoughts on Kendrick Johnson. And I made a video. Somebody did that in my email. And I made a video on Kendrick Johnson years ago. It goes over the security footage. I don't know. It seemed kind of odd. But I think that case has a good chance of being a cover-up of some sort. It's nowhere near anything like the Kanika Jenkins case. I don't know what you're talking about, Garrett C. I'm just doing what I'm doing here. Do you mind if I just kind of keep doing my show? Thanks, man. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what this guy, he's trying to like run my show, keeps typing in what it's about. We can see what it's about. I'm about to read it, Garrett. Okay, would you mind if I read it? You caused a problem the other night too, I remember that. All right, but I'm letting you hang around because, you know, but just be like everybody else where you watch the show and comment on what's going on. Not trying to lead it because I don't work that way. As a matter of fact, when people try to do that, I just stop the show and move on to something else. All right, so sound good? Awesome. All right, the Pickaway County Grand Jury met today to consider the indictment of a Grove City man for the attempted murder of a Westfall School District bus driver. Paul L. Freshour, 40, of Grove City, is in Pickaway County Jail after being charged by the Pickaway County Sheriff's Department with attempted aggravated murder of his sister-in-law, Mary Gillespie, of Brooks Miller Road, Circleville. Sheriff Dwight Radcliffe, so he attempted aggravated murder. Sheriff Dwight Radcliffe said the arrest is the result of a 7-year probe into a scurrilous letter-writing campaign. He said the case broke when the bus driver removed a booby-trap sign containing a loaded pistol along her bus route last month. Wow. The pistol failed to discharge. That guy sounds like a psycho. Freshour, who pleaded not guilty, is being held in lieu of $50,000 bond if he is indicted, and Radcliffe, an arraignment before Judge William Emmer, will be held Wednesday in Common Pleas Court. In 1976, there were letters being distributed throughout Westfall School District making certain accusations concerning some bus drivers and the superintendent of the Westfall schools, Mr. Gordon Massey said. So, you know, there's these letters going around threatening people in the school district. They started out intimidating irregularities at school and so forth, and between certain female bus drivers and the superintendent. In August 1977, Gillespie's husband, Ronald, was killed in an auto accident on 5 Points Pike. Gillespie was thought to be following a man he suspected of writing some of those letters. Radcliffe said he found no irregularities of any kind among Westfall school personnel. Radcliffe said he received complete cooperation from Westfall school officials, but that the investigation was hampered by a lack of help from the U.S. Postal Service. The letters continued after Westfall district teacher Vicki Koch disappeared in 1980. So look at that. The letters continued. After Westfall district teacher Vicki Koch disappeared in 1980, threatening letters about her were sent. Months after her disappearance, Koch's body was found in a cornfield in Madison County. Radcliffe said the case broke the afternoon of February 7th after Gillespie 39 found an obscene sign containing the names of her 13-year-old daughter Tracy and the superintendent on a sign at the intersection of 5 Points Pike. Gillespie had finished dropping off her passengers and was on her way home when she saw the sign with a box attached to the back of it. She stopped and lifted it off a fence post. She put it in the bus, went home and examined it, and then called the sheriff. Inside the box, in styrofoam, was a pistol, which was aimed right at face level. Man, she's so lucky. Baler twine was interfaced out through the back of the box with a metal wire affixed to the trigger. It was apparently designed with the idea that someone would jerk the sign off the post. The .25 caliber, that's one of those really tiny Jodi Arias pistols. They fit in the palm of your hand. Automatic pistol was cocked with a bullet in the chamber and one in the clip. Wow, so just a slight little... Had Gillespie ripped off the sign, she would have been shot twice in the head. I wonder why it would be shot twice. Oh, wait, there's one in the chamber. Let's see. If there's one in the chamber, though, and it's cocked, wouldn't it just only fire that one? I don't know. By an act of God, in the manner in which she removed the box, the gun did not discharge. Radcliffe said the serial number on the gun had been ground off. We raised the serial number and found the gun had been delivered to a Westerville gun dealer who sold it to Columbus man, who sold it to a man he worked with. Fresh Hour, a quality control supervisor at the Columbus brewery, was charged. Radcliffe said Gillespie never suspected Fresh Hour. We have several ideas of a motive. Oh, I wonder if he has something to do with, if he wrote those notes, if he had something to do with Vicki Koch. I mean, obviously, although it just seems different to me, I don't know. Just sounds like he's almost like the Unabomber. It's just a psycho, Alright, so here is a story. There's actually a video on this one. This was from 2019. They did a piece on it.
Are busy working to close an unsolved homicide from 1980 when 25-year-old school teacher Vicki Koch was killed. Now they want your tips.
I think it would be
Haley
Koch.
Nelson talked to
Koch.
investigators and Koch's family tonight. Haley, for everyone involved in this case, still very active.
Yeah, Stacia, police and Vicki Koch's brother would like closure. I'm told this is the only unsolved cold case homicide for Circleville police right now. Koch was described to me as a driven, responsible, and caring woman. She didn't show up for a family visit in northern Ohio, was last seen days before
Well, it's not a revolver,
in Ross County.
it's
Her car found not far from her Circleville home.
25 caliber.
It never quite goes away.
Randy Koch's younger sister, Vicki, a 25-year-old teacher, was killed almost 40 years ago.
I'll never forget her smile. She was my daughter's godmother, so there's always been that bond carried on.
Every day, Circleville Deputy Police Chief Bob Chapman doesn't forget, with Vicki Koch's picture on his office wall.
I personally feel that something was left unfinished here. And
decades later, his team still working to solve this. In August 1980, Koch was reported missing. Her body later found decomposed in a Madison County field.
there were some people of interest. There just wasn't a
25-year-old teacher was killed almost 40 years ago.
I'll never forget her smile. She was my daughter's godmother, so there's always been that bond carried on.
Every day, Circleville Deputy Police Chief Bob Chapman doesn't forget, with Vicki Koch's picture on his office wall.
I personally feel that something was left unfinished here. And
decades later, his team still working to solve this. In August 1980, Koch was reported missing. Her body later found decomposed in a Madison County field.
There were some people of interest. There just wasn't a lot of, I guess you could say, tips.
The deputy chief says he's gotten more involved reworking the case the past couple years.
We decided to reshare the case itself to the public.
They've been checking back with people connected.
There is physical evidence being re-examined, and the reason for that, the DNA technology.
I spoke to Vicki's older brother, who does not live locally, on the phone. He says the family never felt forgotten by investigators, but as for closure, that's not always a simple thing.
Painful wounds would be reopened, but by the same token, just the positive, just by getting closure, would definitely be worth any type of old wounds that were opened up.
He has a clear message for the community as the wait for answers pushes on.
Appreciate and cherish your...
Here's the thing, I don't care when family members call it closure. If they want to call it that, they can. I don't like when law enforcement says we want to provide closure, because they know, they should know that, the reality is it's not really providing closure to anybody. It's providing answers. But if family members want to call it that, I think even they know inside it doesn't really, you still have all the same pain and everything. It just finally gives you answers. It doesn't, I can't stand that word. I wish it was just removed from our lexicon, that phrase, that term, closure.
Time with your loved ones, because something accidental or something horrific like this could happen too.
Investigators say there was no clear motive for this violence, but the biggest thing here, Circleville police want your tips, no matter how seemingly small. You can call them at 740-477-8229 or send them an email. I put 2 different email addresses that you can use on the screen right now. Plus, you can submit tips through the Ohio Attorney General's website as well. I'll put all of that and more on our website. Live in the newsroom, I'm Haley Nelson.
All right. Yeah, it's the only unsolved homicide they have in Circleville. Yeah, basically that's just a repeat of what it said there. So if you have any information on the case, call 740-477-8229. I mean, that one's just wild, isn't it? I mean, just, she was at a play, apparently, and then she comes home, and then she's abducted out of her house, but her car keys are there, but the assailant took her car. So they were either aware of another set of keys, or Vicki herself made him aware of another set of keys. But I don't know if you would be doing that. It's the key thing is weird. No matter how you look at it, the use of another set of keys is strange. No matter how you try to spin it, and unless it's somebody that really had an intimate knowledge of her and where she kept a spare key, that's it. But if you don't have that, it's absolutely crazy, because her keys in the house, he would have forced her to give him her keys, but for some reason that didn't happen. They found her keys, her apartment key, and her shoes. So she didn't even have her shoes on. So she wasn't even ready to do anything. So basically, whatever she was wearing at that moment, she was forced to leave the house. Probably came home, took her shoes off, was going to go sit down and watch TV or something, and then she's abducted, and then she's murdered and thrown like garbage in a cornfield somewhere. And then the person drives the vehicle back and somehow is able to drive that car, using a whole nother set of keys. You know, someone mentioned hotwire, but that just isn't really likely. Okay, it's not like, hey, you're not going to hotwire a car while you're abducting somebody. You know, it takes a few minutes, you know. Oh, I know. There's those guys that are really quick. Do you see them on TV all the time? They rip it down and it doesn't work like that, okay? No, Gray, really. I saw Starsky and Hutch episode. It was amazing. The guy. Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about, Bree. You're talking about a whole different case. We're on a different one. That was a long time ago. There was nothing about peeing on this case right here. Yeah, maybe. We don't know. I don't know. She probably could have got home and knocked on the door. I think the theory that she knew the person makes the most sense. It doesn't have to be the case, but it does make the most sense. I guess when I said Starsky and Hutch, I revealed my age. Yeah, probably would have been mentioned. Probably right about that one. Oh yeah, but yeah, you're right. Jamie McLaughlin said that MacGyver could have done it. Yes, and you're absolutely right. On an episode of MacGyver, he would have started that car with the wrapper of juicy fruit gum. Okay, he would have taken it off, folded it up just right, got it in there like a pick, and started the vehicle. It'd have been absolutely amazing. So you gotta give MacGyver some credit on that one. Hey, but hey, Bree, what case were you talking about? The case with the girl that was killed, the 8-year-old, right? Because that's the one where they found a little bit of alkaline urine on the scene. This case had nothing to do with urine. Just wondering. I got confused reading your comment, but that's not unusual for me. When I read the comments in there, they're usually all over the place. That's why I invented girl code, because somehow all of you are able to. Right, but I don't have it set to rewind mode, so I don't know how you're doing that. You guys can't rewind, right? Yeah, so girl code is... I even have mugs. I think I need to make some new merchandise, though. Alright, I'm going to come up with a whole new thing one of these days. Yeah, it doesn't... I don't want to have rewind. Because it makes a 30-second delay with the show. Plus, it's absolutely... The comment... For example, the comment that Bree just made up above was so out of order. That's exactly how it is the whole show when you let people rewind. They come jumping back in and say, hey, now what about this part with... You know, and it's like, what are you talking about? Oh, you mean the case 2 hours ago? Oh, yeah. And that happens all the time. That's no big deal, Bree. I'm just letting you know that's why I don't have rewind. Well, I don't know why you're confused. We were just talking about a completely other case. You should have just been listening to that one. This one's about Vicki Koch. I guarantee. I don't know. That doesn't. Koch doesn't sound like Cook to me. Now, if their family pronounces it that way, then sure. But that's how Mayor Ed Koch pronounced his name. Same spelling. Yeah, it always seems like there's something else going on when a teacher gets murdered. Yeah. So again, just so you know what I'm talking about, Bree. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I see what you're saying. So you just chimed in, but I've been covering 5 cases tonight. Actually 6. We're on number 5 now, and so I guess if you came back in and didn't listen for a minute, you might think I was on an old one or the new one, or I'm still talking about the same case is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, don't worry about it though. Right. So, anyways, Vicki Koch lived right here. Apparently, she went to like a play or something. Came home, shoes were off. We don't know for sure if well, I guess it sounds like she made it home. She made it home. She took her shoes off, her car keys, her house key, and shoes that she was wearing or would have been wearing. They wouldn't have mentioned those shoes unless they wanted us to know about that. I mean, women do own a lot of pair of shoes most of the time, right? And then she just went missing, and then they found her body a month later, but her vehicle was found right on this street somewhere. So anywhere here on East Main Street, parked, but her car key was in the house. So that means that the killer used another set of keys. Were they aware of another set of keys, or did Vicki, after she was out to the car, she goes, "No, I got another set of keys right here." Usually the keys that you use to valet parking keys. Like I used to have those in my Honda. They'd be sitting over the side. So maybe that's what happened here. And he drove her, killed her, then he came all the way back with her car, parked it here, then walked somewhere down in this area to get back to his vehicle, and then drove off. That makes sense. Definitely plausible. Yeah. So now I'm on to the last one now. Yeah, I mean, I spent the whole day getting all these put together and mapped out. The first one, I didn't have some of those locations. And this one, I didn't know that the car was found here. I don't read all of the articles beforehand. I just kind of go through the timeline and try to find everything I can. And then map out a few things. And then we together kind of investigate ourselves by going over it. And I guarantee it, you're not going to see these cases on any other channel. Okay, because they cover Chris Watts and Morphew and cases that are really popular because they like to do it's called sub-mining. It's not dumb, I guess, if that's what you're all about. I'm about getting exposure to as many different cases as possible. I wish more people were watching, but apparently you have to cover those cases that are really popular. Now, there isn't just too many Chris Watts videos. It's absurd, okay? And I think you should be embarrassed if you're still interested in that case. If you're one of those people that every time a new video comes out, you got to click on it, you should be ashamed of yourself because it's just ludicrous. The damn case was solved 2 days into it. And then he confessed, and we had it all. And it's amazing that people are still looking at it. I mean, you look at the view counts on these stupid videos that come out on Chris Watts, and you just go, wow, there's still 10,000 morons that want to watch that. That's incredible. Or was that one moron that watched it 10,000 times? I just don't know. Yeah, I agree with that one, Garrett. Absolutely crazy. And it wasn't even interesting. Here's what, in my opinion, the Chris Watts case wasn't interesting at all. It was sick as hell. That and there was some interesting stuff at the beginning with a little bit with the surveillance camera and that. And then he admitted everything 2 days in. And it was, a disgusting monster who realized he had more fun when his wife and kids were gone, and he met somebody, and he loved that life. So when he decided that to make that happen for himself, he would kill his whole family so that he could go and move on with that other woman. And the thing is the other woman, everyone, oh my God, she's a monster. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of people that have cheated on husbands and wives and all that stuff out there. So she's no different than any of them. There was nothing different about that. Chris Watts just lied to her the whole time and invented shit, okay? So the thing is, the story was over right away, okay? It was done. But instead, everybody's like, let's keep analyzing the walkthrough videos. Okay, well, to do what now? He has already admitted doing it. What are you going to get now on the walkthrough video? Anyways, my God, everybody. I think it's sad. And every time I see a post or something, I always say, are you guys still talking about this? And they go, yeah, great, because listen, yeah. Anyways, that's why we came up with the no Chris Watts here. Now, every once in a while, I bring him up in the vein that I just brought him up in. That he is obviously he's a pile of shit human being. But the case itself was not intriguing or sort of like, ooh, we can figure something out or this and that and the other thing at all. Okay? He said everything. It was crazy to know that the girls were still alive and they walked and got into his truck with him and that kind of stuff. But we found that out. And then what's after that? Yeah. Okay, here we go. Next case is the last one, actually, is Mary Carter. And I don't even remember what this one was about now. So we're gonna learn it together. It'll probably come back to me while we're going over it, but right. Woman's body discovered. Cincinnati Homicide Squad officers are investigating the death of a 21-year-old Hyde Park woman whose body was found Saturday afternoon in a wooded area of the 1000 block of Eastern Avenue on the East End. So this one was hard to map. It seemed like there were, let's just try to get to that. Let's see, 1000 Eastern Avenue in, I think it's in Cincinnati. Yeah, Cincinnati, right. So they have it listed here. Okay, so we'll just go through it and I'll show you why it gets confusing. So that's 1000. Although, when you go down to the street level here, the homes don't say that. So that's a little confusing as well. Now, I'm wondering if back in the day, Eastern Avenue kept going. But when you go over here and you zoom in, well, look at that. That says 4511. That would be the 4000 block, right? That'd be the 4000 block. So it doesn't make sense then that 1000 Eastern Avenues here. I'm sort of wondering if I typed in, now that we're going to test this. If I type in 2000, I bet you it'll go right there too. 2000. Yeah, let's see. And no, that went over here. So now we've got 2000 all the way around the corner. Let's see what 3000 does. See, why is it over there when the address didn't say that? So now 3000's in the same spot. How about 4000? See, 4000 is here, but I would have thought it would have been more over here. So 4000. Let's see, 5000 now. Okay, so in between, that was 4. And then right there was 4000. 3000 was there. 2000. And then it would make you think that 1,000 is way over here. So a minute ago when I typed in 1,000 and they put me way over here, that's crazy, right? They put me right over here, 5,000, 4,000, then there was 3,000, and then we do 2,000. Then it shows you what direction we're going. See, we went from 5 over here, 4, 3, 2,000. Then 1,000 would be kind of over like in this area somewhere, I would think. So let's just take a guess and say this is where 1,000 should have been. All right, I'm just going to throw that out there just for the hell of it. It's probably even more like over here, okay? Police spokesman Randall Neal said Mary Carter, whose exact address isn't known, was found about 1:30 p.m. Saturday by 2 children playing in the area. He said her own children, 4-year-old Sean and 2-year-old Elizabeth, were found nearby. They were staying with grandparents Saturday night. No cause of death has been determined. So the kids were right there, you know, and there's more detail coming out on that. All right. Cincinnati police are asking persons to contact them if they saw a young mother and her 2 children board a van or truck late Saturday morning at Madison Road and Vista Avenue. Okay, and that is, I believe, this is where she lives. This is where apparently they did find out where she lived later. So she lived in this house, and then this is Madison, Vista and Madison Street right here. So this is where she was seen. That kind of makes sense if she's hitchhiking or getting a ride from somebody. Hey, meet me out on the main Madison Road there. So she walks down here and she gets into a van in this area right there. Okay. And let me get you the north-south orientation. It's like that. All right. The woman, Mary Carter, 21 years old, of 3537 Vista Avenue, I just showed you, was last seen alive at about 11 a.m. Saturday at that intersection. She was found strangled at 1:35, so just 2 hours and 35 minutes later, she was found strangled in the rear lot of 1000 Eastern Avenue, a factory area. Well, okay, so we've already seen the problem trying to find that area. All right. Dressed in blue jogging shorts with a red stripe and top with a tan pattern on white, Miss Carter was found lying face down in a ditch along a dirt road. Now it gives us specifics. It says, the road, police said, leads to Parsons Street, which runs into Mount Adams. Now, is Mount Adams a street or an area that, let me see. And don't say, oh yeah, I know, without really actually knowing, okay? Mount Adams Street. So there is a Mount Adams Drive in Cincinnati. So, okay. Now, this is okay. This is kind of what I was thinking earlier. Okay, so let's just put a pin on Mount Adams Drive right there. Ah, shit. You always got people. Oh, yeah, we know. Mount Adams Drive, all right. And then we've got Parsons Street. Okay, so that's a key there. Parsons Street. See, look at that right there. See, this is where I had earlier. Now, is that anywhere near where you'd think 1,000 would have been? Right? You had, this is where it said 1,000 was, but it wasn't. Then you had 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, and then I guessed at 1,000. And then way around here, you have Parsons Street, this little tiny side street here. Now, this is probably Mount Adams is this little height right here, right? This thing. So that kind of makes sense. If I take this, move that into here, get rid of the drive, and just say that's Mount Adams, right? Because it's this high point, and then it makes sense that, oh yeah, so maybe this right here goes underneath the road, maybe. I don't know. Let's see if they can get down there. Oh my God, they literally, don't tell me they literally have something. Oh, they didn't do it. They didn't do it. I think she was found right down here. And this looks like an absolutely secluded area where somebody would drive in and maybe dump a body. Thanks, Zozo. I think somewhere around in this area. So this is where I think her body was found. Okay? But then I started typing in that other address and it goes way around here. This isn't even called Eastern Avenue, but all the articles, well, let's just see. If you keep following this around, so maybe back then it was still called Eastern Avenue. So that would be up here, Columbia Park. Let's just make sure. Okay. Now it's actually this inner road here. So let's follow that around. Okay, so it'd be this one. Following it. And then it ends right there. But it looks like there was a remnant road there. Almost like they got rid of it at some point. Because then it kind of continues on. I don't know. And then it goes around and then... and then it finally makes it over to here. Worst description I've ever heard in my life. Okay, unreal. But anyways, I think it's right here in this spot is where this went down. Right around in here. Okay, I can't be absolutely precise. It's Martin Drive, but this little tiny area right here is called Parsons Street. And it even says it right there when you pan out, right there on the street. And that's not Parsons Street. So it's like right here, and it said leading to this mountain right there. Which is right there. Okay, so that makes sense. Alright, does that... Okay, that was the original spot that I had. But then I tried to switch it up because it gave me a marking. But then I looked at the addresses and it was 4,000, so it didn't make any sense. Well, thanks, Lanai. Let's see. So, dressed in blue jogging shorts with a red stripe and a top with a tan pattern on white, Miss Carter was found lying face down in a ditch along a dirt road. The road, police said, leads to Parsons Street. So, that's interesting. Now it's a dirt road. And so maybe it was like here, this dirt road right there led to Parsons Street, but then it says Parsons Street, which runs into Mount Adams. So I don't know. This is also 40 years ago, and things changed. As a matter of fact, let's see what happens if we just even go back to 1993. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot different looking. Look at, well, I guess these are still here, but the roads look a lot wider and more defined, but there's Parsons Street right there. Well, hopefully you guys, it's not just the mapping. I hope that I think through the cases differently than other people, more reasonable, with more logical conclusions. You know, so I think it's like the mapping, I would hope that the mapping and the way I'm analyzing it makes more sense. Alright? Because if it's just the mapping, then it's like, hell, I won't even talk. I'll just zoom around on a map. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like to let people feel like you're at the scene. That's why I do the mapping, really. And it also, you know, mapping is a big part of a case, you know. There's definitely you know, knowing how somebody got somewhere and the layout makes a huge difference. How you perceive a case and sort of the flow of the crime, a term that I coined, by the way. You know, that now you got other people putting it on their videos. Oh yeah, the crime flow. Yeah, yeah. After you know, yeah, in Delphi videos too, right? Yep. All right, Dr. Don Bird, head of the homicide squad, said that at 10 a.m. today, the police department hopes to issue a public appeal for anyone who saw Miss Carter and her 2 children with someone else Saturday. Lieutenant Bird said the body was dropped in a grassy and overgrown area where prostitutes often bring their clients. That's interesting. Police, he said, will be questioning prostitutes as to their knowledge of men familiar with the area. And now prostitutes are called sex workers. Beard said the victim was in the process of getting a divorce, but her estranged husband is not a suspect. Okay, so they really cleared him quick. Okay, the 2 children told police they were in a truck with a, mainly because, listen to this. This part here is important. Here, listen. The 2 children told police they were in a truck with a man, not their dad, who dropped them off above Eastern Avenue. The boy said he tried to wake... See, this part... Some of this doesn't make sense to me, though, right? So it's like... The boy said he tried to wake his mother up. So the guy dropped him off, and then somehow he's near his mom now? Or, and then went... So he dropped who off? He dropped the kids off above Eastern Avenue. Then it says... The boy said he tried to wake his mother up, and then he could not. And when he could not, he and his sister began walking. They were found by a woman wandering in the 900 block of Martin Street. So let's see where that is. 900 Martin Street. I thought I saw Martin just a second ago. How's it going way over here? Okay, that's right. That's good. Forget it. Let me go back over here. Shit. I thought I just saw Martin Street, like when I... There it is, right there. Martin Road. Okay, awesome. That's perfect. All right. Okay, so now it's Martin Road. Okay, now let's do Martin Road, and then we'll have the right spot. Alright, there we go. So they were wandering. So now we know we're in the right place. For sure. 900 Martin Road. So from here they started wandering. And I'm kind of thinking that there's got to be a way that you can... Or let me take a look from down here. Yeah, I think there's probably a way that you can walk underneath that. Maybe. Now let's see. Let's go right here on Martin Drive. Nah, it just doesn't make sense, no matter how you look at it. I went over the article many times. Doesn't make sense. Okay, so let's just say... So the kids were probably dropped off down here. I think this is the road that they're referring to. And then her body was found down below there. Very strange. All right. So here we go. The boy said he tried to wake his mother up, and then when he could not, he and his sister began walking. They were found by a woman wandering in the 900 block of Martin Street, where they told the woman they were lost. She took them to a firehouse at 901. Let's see if that's still there. 901 Martin Road. Okay, right there. Yeah. That kind of looks like a firehouse. Come on, road. Street view. Huh. Well, it doesn't look much like a firehouse anymore. I guess it could have been. I don't know. That sure as hell doesn't look like one. Oh, that's 1221 though. So where the hell is 9? What? Was it on the other side? Man, something, you guys, whoever put stuff around here is ludicrous, okay? Because it says 901 Martin Drive, right? Well, then you go to the street there, and you look at the building, and it says 1221 on it. That make any sense? Jesus. Okay. Don't worry about it, Twinkie. It doesn't make sense, and it won't make sense, and I don't want to take the time to figure out all the new roads that they put in. It just doesn't make sense. Okay. The woman went back to... Now look at this. So here's the thing. They were found by a woman wandering in the 900 block of Martin Street, where they told the woman they were lost. She took them to a firehouse at 901 Martin Street. The woman went back to the scene and saw Mrs. Carter's body. Well, how did she know where the hell the body was? You know, the kids are over here somewhere, and all of a sudden, oh yeah. And what do you mean back to the, back to the scene from where the kids went? Maybe. In the meantime, neighborhood children had also found the body and reported it to police. So maybe the body was just put out on a street. Beard said that the children had blood on their... Just don't worry about it, Twinkly. We're just going to keep going through it, okay? Ah, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, boy. She's Twinkly's an expert now because she lives in the area, doesn't know the story, but knows for certain that the kids were told her where the body was. Sure, maybe. But it was way down the street, you know? And then all of a sudden, all these other kids were there. Bird said the two children had blood on their clothing, but the girl had fallen after they left their mother and her hand was cut. Bird said a preliminary autopsy report said Miss Carter had been strangled, but he did not know if she'd been choked manually or with a ligature. So, Beard said the two children had blood on their clothing, but the girl had fallen after they left their mother and her hand was cut. Beard said a preliminary autopsy report said Miss Carter had been strangled, but he did not know if she had been choked manually or with ligature. The report also showed no indication of recent sexual activity, he said. Pretty interesting, right? Yeah, Twinkly. That's right, Twinkly. See, that's how it works. You're just kept typing in over and over again because you want everybody to say, oh my God, you live there, so hurry up, let me... Okay, just watch the show, okay? You don't know any more than anybody else about this, okay? You understand that, right? Let's see. Right, I know, but I said let's not worry about the show, Twinkly. I mean, worry about the road because the address doesn't exist anymore where the firehouse was. So it's all messed up, and it won't matter that a new road was put in there. We're not going to be able to see it at this point, okay? Because it was obviously done years ago, because even the 1993 satellite image looks very similar, okay? So it's a total waste of time to keep talking about it. All right. The woman who saw the body thought Mrs. Carter was nude from the waist down, but Captain Don Slaughter, commander of the Criminal Investigations Section, said the woman's jogging shorts were pulled high up on her waist by brush or a stick when she was pushed or thrown over the hill. Yeah, Dr. Paul Jolly, Deputy Hamilton County. See, those kids were so young. It's crazy that he would have, the kids would say, oh yeah. I mean, obviously the kids, knew where their mom was. They actually saw her being killed. But one of the things the kids said that was weird to me was up here it said, the boy said he tried to wake his mother up. No, but before that it says, but her estranged husband is not a suspect. They were in a truck with a man who dropped them off above Eastern Avenue. So when you say them, I think you must be talking about the two kids. So then how come the boy said he tried to wake his mother up? Then, when he could not, he and his sister began walking. See, that doesn't jive to me. You see what I'm saying? The two children told police they were in a truck with a man who dropped them off above Eastern Avenue. So that person would have dropped them off before dumping the mom's body or after, right? Then it says the boy said he tried to wake his mother up. So did the kids see where the guy dumped his mother off later? Yeah. Well, why wouldn't they walk away if she's dead? I guess, right? No, wasn't in the van. I know, it doesn't make sense, okay? It does to Twinkly, but she's no longer able to comment anymore. Listen. The two children told police they were in a truck with a man who dropped them off above Eastern Avenue. Okay? So them must be the two children, right? Do you guys think that he's talking about the mom too? Because what would you actually say? Drop, I get. So yes, it's just the children. Then the boy said he tried to wake his mother up, and then when he could not, he and his sister began walking. They were found by a woman wandering in the, So how did the kids get to where the mom was? So you think all three of them? Okay. Police told them that we're in a truck with a man who dropped them off. Okay. I think that makes more sense. That's one of the options that I was just saying out loud to you guys. So when the kid just said hey, we were dropped off here. And he didn't, he's not processing all that stuff. So then the mother, and so gosh, that must be in this scenario then more up around in this area over here, like right wherever that is. Let me see what that is right there. I think that's like a remnant road or something. Looks like Street View. Oh, it's there. But that's weird because that doesn't look like that at all. Yeah, so I would think that's probably because they said above this road. So let's move this pin. Although, again, it had that road. But maybe at one point this road curved around and went under there. Let's see. It's hard to say. But I'm going to say that was over here. And that would make a little bit more sense given that there's actually more homes over here, close to here. And it'd be easy to say, oh yeah, we were right down there. So somewhere around in this area. So yes, okay, so they were all dumped. You know, they were let out of the car. A dead body and the two kids. And then the two kids wandered up here. Then they were given to the the fire station that used to be right there. Then she walked back down, saw the body, and there was a bunch of other kids near the body. Okay, I think that makes sense. That all three of them were put out there. The way the article was worded, though, wasn't typical. But, you know, you got to think that it was two children who were saying it. They were in a truck and a man who dropped them off above Eastern Avenue. The boy said he tried to wake his mother up, and then when he could not, he and his sister began walking. They were found by a woman wandering in the 900 block of Martin Street. They were told, where they told the woman they were lost. She took them to a firehouse at 901 Martin Street, or Drive now. The woman went back to the scene and saw Mrs. Carter's body. In the meantime, neighborhood children, you know, he probably just dumped her out right on the road right there. Yeah, the wording was awful. You know, they should have said, you know, if you're telling the story, you would have said, the children said that her mother and you know, that they and their mother were placed outside of the vehicle above Eastern Avenue. Not, you know, and that they, you know, some man dropped them off, you know, as if the mom walked out of the van or truck too. In the meantime, neighborhood children also had found the body and reported it to police. Beard said two children had blood on their clothing. Mrs. Carter had been strangled. The blood, though, could have been from the girl's arms. Bird said a preliminary autopsy report said Miss Carter had been strangled, but he did not know if she had been choked manually or with a ligature. The woman who saw the body thought Mrs. Carter was nude from the waist down, but Captain Don Slaughter, commander of the Criminal Investigation Section, the woman's jogging shorts were pulled high up on her waist by a brush or a stick when she was pushed or thrown over the hill. All right, so now we'll put Twinkly back in. All right. Let's see. Dr. Paul Jolly, Deputy Hamilton County Coroner, said Mrs. Carter, 5 feet 4 inches tall and 115 pounds, had light brown hair that was 12 inches long. She had, see how we can figure shit out, Twinkly? We don't need your help for anything. Just follow along, you know, just, you're not an expert. All right, Twinkly? All right. Jesus. Anytime somebody types in 1,000 comments in a row, you sort of start to wonder. All right, so now we're moving on. 3 days later. That's right. Cincinnati police issued descriptions Thursday of a suspect and the vehicle he may have been driving in the killing of Mary Carter, 21, of Hyde Park. She was found strangled to death in the rear of a lot above 1000 Eastern Avenue near Martin Street, now it's Drive. The suspect was described as a white male, aged 25 to 35, of average height and build. I don't know what you're talking about, Twinkly. You just threw everybody off again. Nobody has a clue what you're talking about now. The suspect, police said the suspect had either gray or blonde hair and a dark mustache. Officials also said the suspect may have been wearing a white short sleeve shirt that buttoned down the front. So let's see, white trousers. Wow, he looked like he was going to go play tennis. He was described as neat in appearance. Man, it sounds like just like an absolute... I wonder what the circumstances were of her being picked up were. I mean, I don't want to assume anything, but is it possible that maybe she is a sex worker and had her kids with her? And that does happen, believe it or not. And you know how they've become victims over the years. I don't know. It sounded like he was wearing white short sleeve shirt, but buttoned down the front. White trousers. Yeah, that does sound... The trousers do kind of make it sound like that, so it doesn't sound like tennis. Investigators said they also are looking for a blue and white pickup truck with a blue interior. The truck may have a white removable camper cap over the bed of the truck, police said. Police are asking that the people who purchased a refrigerator, washer, and dryer from Mrs. Carter contact Homicide Squad. Officers said someone bought those appliances from Mrs. Carter at about 6 p.m. Friday, August 15th, which is basically the day before she was murdered. August 15th, Mrs. Carter recently had moved to 3537 Vista Avenue, Hyde Park, from Lenox Lane in North Avondale. And the laundry equipment was sold from the Lenox Lane address. Miss Carter, her son 4 and daughter 2 last were seen getting in a vehicle between 11:30 and 11:45 a.m. Saturday at the southeast corner of Erie Avenue. Okay, now I think that's a little different. Erie Avenue and Madison. So hopefully it's near where we already had it. Okay, so they're saying the southeast corner. So right there, maybe. So it's not here. So that's a little less sort of obvious, you know. Because when it was here, it made more sense. She would just walk here, but now she's over here. I usually start adjusting when we get later on in the articles. See, look at like Twinkly is just running the show. Yes, I would agree, David. Well, we don't know, David, because they said that they already explained why her shorts were up. So you don't know. Why don't we just go with what they're saying? That she was tossed off the side of the road, and it pulled her shorts up, and that's how it ended up being. That's how they described it. So while it makes the story more interesting, and you can get people like, experts like Twinkly agreeing with you, regardless of what the police said when they were actually at the scene, it feels really neat. I know. Okay? But yes, thanks for your help on the military base. Good information. Good stuff. Wow. Let's see. Was thinking you thought of Richard Gere. Yeah, it does kind of have that military type. Is that why you asked that? That makes sense. A button, white, yeah. Like, because they have the short shirts, white button down, and then the white pants. Yep. Yeah, but nobody asked you, Twinkly. That's the thing. You're sort of trying to run run the show and the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Right. Let's see. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I don't know. It is kind of odd. Like, who wears a white shirt and white pants? Right, I know I do. Exactly right. I run the show. It's honorable to think about? Wow, that makes no sense at all. Yeah, it's just, you're sort of, I don't know. We always get a couple of these clowns that show up every night. I'm not sure what you're saying there, David. Sorry. Yeah, your part about there's no military bases being helpful. Thank you, Twinkly. Appreciate it. But the comment about the shorts were pulled up because she was dragged makes no sense. Okay? They didn't say that at all. They said she was dumped and her shorts stuck on some branches and it pulled up her shorts. Okay? They didn't say she had drag marks or anything like that. It is kind of like a work. I mean, nobody wears white, like, you know, for fun. You go down, hey, I'm going to go dress like you're wearing Garanimals, right? And wear a white top and white pants. And, you know, unless you're like in a tennis club or, you know, it's like a uniform like Susanna just said. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you think maybe a health worker? Yeah, like an orderly maybe? I mean, that's kind of what orderlies wear, right? You know, the guys in the insane asylums. Let me guess. There's no insane asylum right next to there. Although, you know, it's not just insane asylums. They look like that even in hospitals. Why would a painter wear all white? Painters wear white pants. No, I don't care if you stay around, Twinkly, but just sort of, you know, just be part of the dialogue, not trying to steer everybody's opinions towards yours. I'm just reading the things that make sense and bringing them out. I know you keep saying LOL. It doesn't really work for you, okay? You're just... I know you don't see it that way, but it's really kind of... It's obvious. See how we've taken up too much time talking to you? Yeah. So their entire outfit, painters, is white? It's hilarious. Oh, man. That's so crazy. Why would they want to wear white? I would wear, like, some sort of, I don't know, beige. Yes, please don't. Thank you. All right, but this is 1980, so your friends wouldn't have a clue. Oh man, now we've got off-white as a color. Let's see, you know that one case, Jennifer Keys? They have the painter suspect walking in the video. Ray, does the article say where the description came from? Well, I would imagine the kids saw the guy. They drove around with him for a while. Wouldn't you think? They're looking for a blue and white pickup truck with a blue interior. The truck may have had a white removable camper cap over the bed of the truck. So yeah, the dark officer said the suspect may have been wearing a white short sleeve shirt that buttoned down the front, white trousers, and brown shoes. He should have been wearing white shoes, though. Homicide Squad Sergeant Paul Morgan said Mrs. Carter had talked to a bus driver at Erie and Madison, but Mrs. Carter had talked to a bus driver at Erie and Madison, but learned the bus she wanted didn't stop. Ah, wow, so she hitchhiked. Oh my God. Yeah, that's awful. Or, you know, an opportunist might have seen her talk and he drove by and said, hey, you know what I saw? Can I help you? Talked to a bus driver at Erie and Madison, but learned the bus she wanted didn't stop at a certain location. Morgan said that may be why she and the children accepted a ride. There you go. 2 hours and 15 minutes after Mrs. Carter and her children entered the vehicle, the woman's body was found lying face down. God, you know, you sort of wonder how long she was dead in the car with the kids. I mean, 2 hours. Police said she was lying face down and had been strangled with a ligature. Her children were found wandering, or, you know, it also could be that the kids were wandering a while before they were found. Anyone with information is asked to contact the homicide squad. Okay. A more specific description of a vehicle sought in connection with a murder of a Hyde Park woman whose strangled body was found in a lot behind 1000 Eastern Avenue was given Friday by Cincinnati homicide detectives. Man, you guys were... I mean, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going back into prison. We have too many long lulls here. Back in prison. Hopefully we can get out and finish this story up. Poor Gray. Wait, what's this one? Whoa! Not sure what that is. It's almost like a necessity to continue on for the next month. Hey, I got another Jennifer Hamrick became a Patreon member. Poor Gray. He's in jail now. And there's Gene Fish. All right. Thanks, Gene Fish. And now we're back out of jail. Oh, and there's Susanna MacGilla Podrick. Right? Did I get that right that time? MacGilla Podrick. That'll get me a cab ride home and a night in the hotel. Thank you. All right. A more specific description of a vehicle sought in connection. No, yours was perfect because you got me out the door, Gene, but now I got a hotel.
Fail.
Yeah, so Gene Fish got me out the door, and now I got a cab ride home, and well, there's Jamie McLaughlin. Hey, thank you. That's right. Now we are out. All right. Now we're at a reasonable normal night. Okay. The truck was midnight blue, said Sergeant Paul Morgan. Mary Carter, 21, of 3537 Vista Avenue, and her 2 children rode in the truck several hours before the woman's body was discovered. I'd like to know how long the kids were walking around.
Damn it, I had to go find my CVV code. Lol.
I'd like to know how long they were walking. The youngsters were found wandering nearby on Martin Street. Midnight blue is described by Morgan as being a dark or royal blue. In addition, the 1976 or 1977 Ford pickup sported a 2 to 3 inch white stripe on its sides. Its interior was blue and was probably lighter than the exterior. The vehicle also had chrome box rails on the top of each side of its truck bed, a single rear window, an aluminum heavy-duty step-type bumper on the rear, a chrome front bumper, and black steering wheel. Man, they really just absolutely dialed that in. Police were able to obtain improved descriptions of the truck and its accessories after Ford sent them photographs and color schemes, which were then shown to a witness who saw Mrs. Carter and her children enter the truck. Okay, there you go. On Madison Road and Erie Avenue, where they obviously accepted a ride, maybe even hitchhiked. 1980, people were still hitchhiking. The driver of the truck is described as a white male, aged 35 to 45, with a fringe of dark hair and a dark mustache, dark eyes, a dark or olive complexion, high cheekbones, and hairy, muscular arms. I mean, I can totally picture this guy, right? With the white shirt, button down, white pants, brown shoes, dark hair, dark eyes, had a dark mustache on, he was tan, high cheekbones, and had hairy, muscular arms. Man, you'd think somebody would just went, oh yeah, that's Jim. Anyone with information about the truck or its driver is asked to contact the homicide squad at, well, the number doesn't matter anymore, but let's see. I guess the number here might make a difference, but that 40-year-old article, it wouldn't. So you can call, let's see, submit a tip. Forget it. Jeez. Doesn't have it listed there. You just call the Ohio Attorney General's office. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like me. Oh, wow. That's why he's covering it. Come on, sleuths. All right, now this article, actually, because I always look this up at the end, was from June 11th this year. Crazy, huh? And that's what the guy looked like. A zombie, or Frankenstein, replete with stitches on the forehead. Unbelievable.
Gray, don't you think those are just cracks on his skin?
Yeah, but it was a lot more funny to say it looks like Frankenstein with stitches on the forehead.
Well, they was funny at all, Gray. You're so mean.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, that's just the way it is sometimes. In so many ways, life is a standstill for the families of victims killed in unsolved murders. That's been true a long time. Over the next several weeks, the Inquirer will highlight a series of cold cases summarized and analyzed by the journalists whose careers largely focus on unsolved murders. The creators of the Cincinnati.com's Accused podcast will be doing it. If you have any information on any unsolved case, please reach out to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. Suggestions for cases to highlight can be sent to accused@inquirer.com. How was that reading? Did you guys... Let me try it with this one. Police don't know who killed Mary Carter. No, that doesn't work.
Hey, Greg, can I try?
No?
Well, I'm going to anyways.
Oh, jeez. Okay, go ahead.
Police don't know who killed me.
Oh my God, that's absolutely terrible. You're never doing it again. Alright. Police don't know who killed Mary Carter, a young mother of 2 children in 1980, but they know what her killer likely drove, a midnight blue Ford pickup truck with 2 to 3 inch white stripes on its sides. That's the vehicle description Cincinnati police circulated in the weeks after Carter, a 21-year-old woman from Hyde Park, was killed August 16, 1980. She'd been strangled with a ligature, likely in front of her 2 children, a 4-year-old son and 2-year-old daughter. See, that's what makes it a little bit weird. You have a 2 and a 4-year-old. I mean, those are some tiny little kids wandering around on the streets. Luckily, at least the killer thought, well, they're too young, so he didn't kill them. But I bet if they were 7 or 8, he would have killed both of them. Carter's murder at first seemed it might be quickly solved after a witness came forward and said he spotted Carter and her kids climbing into the Ford thought to be a 1976 or 1977 model near Vista Avenue and Madison Road about 11:30 a.m. August 16th. That was the longest run-on sentence I've ever seen. Her body was found about 2 hours later, left face down on the ground. Police learned through interviews that Carter had talked briefly with a bus driver to ask about its route, but learned the bus didn't go to her desired location. Investigators surmise that it's likely why she accepted the ride from the truck driver. The 2 children were found wandering alone on a street not far from where their mother was discarded in the rear of a wooded lot in the 1000 block of Eastern Avenue. Because the kids were so young, they weren't able to offer much to investigators, though the older child said he hadn't before met the man behind the wheel. So that takes out the father, right? The person she was getting a divorce from. Does it make it so that it wasn't somebody that the person she was divorcing didn't hire somebody? Maybe like in the Melissa Pesky case? We don't know. The 2 children were found wandering. Okay, let's see. The theories. There has never been a solid theory in this case, though it haunted officers who worked it. We know this because one of the original investigators, who long since retired, forwarded the case to suggest it as a possible accused investigation for the podcast. We haven't found living relatives to help us pursue the story in depth. Carter had been married, but was estranged from her husband, so he naturally was investigated. Records showed he was some 300 miles away in the Smoky Mountains at the time of the killing, and, don't forget it, his own son said he didn't recognize. Though Carter's death clearly stuck with the former detectives, it did not get much coverage when it happened, and that's true. Only a few short news stories were written about the case, none of which quoted any friends or family. The Inquirer never even ran a photo of Carter on its pages. Hers was one of the countless deaths nationwide that, despite being horrific and as demanding of justice as any other violent crime, barely seemed to make a blip. How many times have we said that on this show? Like, you have these cases that would otherwise be really interesting if you'd covered it. They just aren't covered at all, especially minorities. They literally You know, it's actually kind of sick, really. The Inquirer never ran a photo of Carter on its pages. Hers was one of the countless deaths nationwide that, despite being horrific and as demanding of justice as any other violent crime, barely seemed to make a blip. But that wasn't due to a shoddy investigation. The police file suggests that detectives were especially incensed that whoever killed Carter traumatized their children in the process. As such, they worked the case hard. The investigation. Wow, this is funny. This sounds like how I do my Nefarious channel. The investigation. Lieutenant Donald Beard was commander of the homicide squad back in 1980. That would have been a reread right there. At the time, he told reporters that investigators were confident the trio got into the described truck. Because that area was well traveled, he'd been hopeful someone would step forward saying that they'd seen the woman and her kids interacting with somebody or someone. Plenty of tips came in, but none panned out. That's what the truck apparently looked like right there. The vehicle's description was first released 6 days after Carter's body was found. Also released was a suspect description. A neatly groomed white male, aged 25 to 35, of average height and build, with blonde or possibly gray hair, I thought it said black earlier, and a dark mustache. He'd been wearing a white short-sleeved button-down shirt, white trousers, and brown shoes. Police also followed other leads. Someone bought a washer and dryer from Carter the evening before her death. She was shedding the appliances because she'd recently moved to Hyde Park from North Avondale. I think it's obvious she didn't know this person. She was going to get on a bus. What do you think? Some guy that was tracking her down just got lucky that she didn't get on a bus? You know, just seems like an opportunistic killer. I mean, that's what those predators do. They just look around, see an opportunity. A lot of times they're not even looking for an opportunity. You know, they're always looking, but that's not what he might have been doing that day. He just happened to go, oh my God, here's one, and boom, they just kill like serial killers do. That's what I think this has a decent chance of being, is that type of a killer, where that's why it's not solved. It couldn't be linked to anybody she knew. And basically, anytime you have a killing that's random, where a person's killed, murdered, and just dumped, the person who killed her likely has killed before or will kill again. Okay, that's just who they are. That's the kind of person they are. Okay, and then you start getting into the serial killer type mode. You know, I think there's a lot more serial killers, or even serial killer types out there. Yeah, I don't think it's anything like Jamie Kloss. Yeah, nothing like that one. Not to, I'm just saying it. Doesn't even ring the slightest bell. Yeah. Police also followed other leads. Someone bought a washer and dryer from Carter the evening before her death. She was shedding the appliance because she recently moved to Hyde Park from North Avondale. Cincinnati police have circled back to this case over the years. In 2011, they had an artist age progress the witness provided composite drawing of the man driving the blue pickup truck. He still hasn't been found. What should happen? Figuring out who picked Carter and her kids up is key. Well, yeah, right. Of course. I mean, that's the killer, right? Which is why we think investigative folder on the case includes more than 100 follow-ups on blue pickup trucks. Could Carter's family or friends shed some light on what type of person she might have agreed to ride with? I don't know. She would probably have taken a ride from anybody who pulled over. You know? Listen, when you're looking for a ride like that, you're just going to get a ride. Somebody pulls over and says, hey, you need a ride? You're just going to do it. Especially if you're used to hitchhiking and doing that kind of stuff. I think that's kind of a dumb statement right there. I think she would take a ride from anybody. It's sort of like, I guess you could be picky. You could be like I was telling you guys the other day, the homeless guy at the corner. My friend drove by with a bag full of bagels and cream cheese and all kinds of different flavors to eat at home. And then he thought, well, shit, I'll offer one of these to the homeless guy. And then when he handed it to the homeless guy said, what kind? Hey, would you like a sandwich? Well, what kind is it? Well, the kind that people who are homeless get. You idiot. Okay? You don't get to ask at that point. So anyways, she's probably out there and she needed a ride, and she was just going to take a ride from whoever was going to give her a ride to get to where she was going to get. Maybe if the car pulled over and she looked inside and there was 8 people with guns and blood dripping from their forehead, she might not have got in, right? But it was just a normal person. And apparently this guy looked like a regular person, right? Yeah. Yeah, well, he didn't give him a sandwich after he said that. He actually said, F you, and drove away. Which he should have. I mean, what a ridiculous comment. Yeah, you notice they never say that with the money. Hey, you go, yeah, I can give you some money. And then they said, well, how much can you give me? Well, as much as I wanted to, idiot. I'm out of here, right? Yeah. Yeah, how much? Yeah, I'll give you some money. How much? Well, none now, because it's whatever I felt like giving you. Yeah, we know what it's about. It's all total bullshit, I actually did a skit when I was at the Art Institute. I think it might even be on YouTube. It's from like 100 years ago. It's like 2001 or something, where we had these people sitting on a street corner panhandling, and then they'd be like, hey, can you give me something? And then you hand them the $5, and then as soon as you walk away, they get up and they get on their cell phone and go, hey, yeah, can you pick me up? Yeah, let's go get some, they get in this nice car and drive away, Yeah, type in Gray Hughes 100 years ago. Yeah. It's not notable that the driver was described, It's notable that the driver was described as so tidy. What do you mean, as so tidy? Just say, as tidy in appearance. Was she the type to accept a ride from a straight-up stranger? Man, that's just such a... just not interesting type of a question. It's just not... It's just sort of like you're writing the story and you think, let me try to get clever. Hey, here's a story. Here's a question to ask. Listen to this one. Right? I mean, who cares? Ridiculous. Was she the type to accept a ride from a straight-up stranger, especially with her 2 kids in tow? Well, yes, because that's what she did. She got into a car with a stranger. Like every unsolved case we've encountered, however, the best hope lies with someone who has information they weren't comfortable sharing. Then the crime occurred. If you know something, speak up. Anyways, I know that's part of victimology, right? Like you kind of look at that, but I think that's like the least. It doesn't help anything, right? So let's get the answer. Well, yeah, she probably wouldn't get a ride with this type, and she wouldn't get a ride with that type. Oh, wow! So we're looking for this type. I mean, it's just. the best thing to go on is this is what the guy looked like. And if he was clean cut and he turns out to be a psychopathic killer, what difference does it make? That just means that that person tricked her and looked like a clean cut guy that was going to pick her up, and she got into the car. So knowing that, oh, well, she would take a ride with a clean cut type of guy because she was scared of the other types, it doesn't help. All right? Hopefully you guys know what the hell I'm talking about. Let's see. Ooh, wow. So if we know that she wouldn't get into the car with somebody that was dirty and gross looking, okay, all right. Well, she got in a car with a guy that was, you know, tidy looking, but he turned out to be a psycho. Okay, where do we go from here? Nothing. Yep, there you go. Well, I was going to cover Zach Barnes, but I'm all out of time, so just kidding. There's Zozo. She showed up just on cue. That was great. Ran out of time, unfortunately. Won't be any Zach Barnes tonight. Oh, well. No, she said. Hey, look at that, Twinkly. You made it through the show. Isn't that amazing? No. I think that's probably the case I'm least interested in. It just doesn't, you know. It'd be cool when it gets solved and all that kind of stuff, but it's just nothing about it makes me go, wow, that's interesting. You know, you have just a bunch of druggies that don't really say nobody even knows what actually happened, and there's no way of finding it out through investigation. Yeah, peer pressure won't work on me with Zach Barnes. Now, if I ever cover Zach Barnes, it'll just be out of the kindness of my heart to cover it for some of the Australians in here. Anyways, did you guys find those stories interesting at least? A lot of them. Look at all these, you know, in Ohio now. Look at all these ones we've done in Ohio. Look at this. Just lately. Bing, 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 bing. All over the place. And they're all kind of around the same time frame. Look at this place. Yeah, you wouldn't want to live in Ohio, any of these cities, like between 1976 and 85, all right? It's, wow. I did find it interesting that there were so many more sort of serial killer type killings in the 60s and 70s in that area, though. You know, you go through the list and there's all these women that were strangled and stabbed and that kind of thing, and then it sort of slows down and starts switching over. You can literally see it, and switches over to like gang related killings and more guys being killed, and you sort of wonder like what made the change. Did the serial killer types move or move to something, you know? I don't know. I don't think so. So all right, you guys. That's been, what is it? Wait, I've been on here for 4 hours and 12 minutes? What the hell am I doing? Oh, jeez. I thought it was 3 hours and 12 minutes. Oh my god. Man, that was a really crappy hourly rate. I'll tell you that. But anyways, thank you to, especially with all the pre-show, 10 hours of work. So, I guess 1750 isn't, you know. Serial killer moved on, or yeah, I don't know what they did. All right, hold on a second.
Thank you to Zozo. Zozo again. JP. Michelle Nicholas. Lisa Wilkerson. Brianna Props. Mike S. Brian Joe. Zozo. Gwen Jackson. Crystal, aka Beaver Gaming Sub Crystal. Lee D. Jessica Schuba. Shelley Wagner. Savvy Stoll. Gene Fish. Mike S. LM. Cairo. Sarita. Zozo. Gene Fish. Susanna Mac Gilla Podrick. And Jamie McLaughlin. Oh, and thank you to Jennifer Hamrick, Paulette Leonard, and Rebecca Ann, new Patreon. Now please reconsider joining Patreon. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for watching tonight's show. Gotta do my commercial again with the 32 funny cars.
This is PIR, Portland International Raceway, with the biggest thing since the Pinewood Drag. We have Rod Laver, a retired astronaut with his hydroelectric car. It's guaranteed to rip up the road right in front of your face. We also have Jim Hansen with his beaver mobile, the only car that knocks down trees at 200 miles an hour. Trials from 6 and 7 be there. And don't forget, the roller skaters with a rocket and a hang glider. Dun, 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 dun.
Happy New Year, Jamie McLaughlin! Yes, everybody, Happy New Year! Alright! Well, everybody...
Alright, everybody, make sure that you wear your mask, maintain your social distancing, and wash your hands, okay? Now, you guys will be able to chat here for a few minutes now, but I'm going to... play the rap song now. So you guys have a wonderful rest of the evening. All right, everybody. So thank you very much. Thanks, Miss Angels, at the last minute there. Thank you very much. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 2 and a 3 and a... Where the hell is it? There it is. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector.
a projector.
I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like a little projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Green is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector.
Fool deflector, interceptor.
And I mean a spectre with a vector
On his spectre.
with a respector.
Just remember
Every time I can't remember.
Yeah,
I
sounds
have
like
no
you.
agenda. I'm no pretender. And I'll
Give it to you straight without a blender.
And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Alright, wow.
Alright, everybody.
Wow, that was such a cool show. It's weird how people try to run your show for you, but hey, you do a great job anyways, Gray.
Well, thanks. Yeah, just try to, keep it running. You don't like people taking over the show.
What do you mean, taking over the show?
Well, you just said that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay, well, hey, good show anyways, Gray.
Hey, Mary Lou, would you shut the hell up? My God, you just keep going on and on and on and on. Let Ray do his show.
Okay, jeez, John Boy, you're so mean. Oh, God, you're so mean to me.
Isn't that a little bit overboard? Just a little bit?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Hey, but good job on it. It sounded pretty legit.
Well, thank you.
Ah, what a bunch of posers, man, I tell you.
When I'm in the mood, I sprinkle troll on the food, but I don't eat it. I chew it up and spit it out and repeat it. It's not a treat, the troll is beat. Just one of the ways that I defeat it. Stayed in my groove, when there's a troll off the move. Just takes a second to remove, cause every time I conclude, the troll is gonna lose. Nice try, lizard eye, I see you creeping on the slide. Why you think you so fly when you're just a whiny cry? Battle me, you're gonna fly. Gonna send you out to mummify. Time to say goodbye. Hickory dickory. Nah, I can't do that one. Ooh, la 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 la. Hoppity poppity poppity pop. Hoppity poppity 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 pop poppity. Don't let Papa come alive, yo. I get it what you got, cause I'm getting G to make you rock. I said 1, 2, 3, 4, then I want a mark. What are you waiting for? Do 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 do. Checking Joe went up the hill, each with a bucket of water. Jill came down with 250. Ooh. Do 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 do. I go by unforgettable name of the medical capacity. Well, my name is known all over the world by the foxy ladies and the pretty girls. I'm going down in history as the baddest brother there ever could be. Now I'm feeling the highs and I'm feeling the lows. The beat starts getting into your toes. You start popping your fingers and stabbing your feet and moving your body while you're sitting and you're sitting and say, damn. Stop doing the freak. I said, damn. About it out of your seat, then you throw your hands high in the air. You're rocking to the beat, singing baby air. You're rocking to the beat without a care. With the suicide MCs for the affair. Now I'm not as tall as the rest of the game, but I can rap to the beat just the same. I got a little face and a pair of man eyes. I'm not ready to the ladies is hypnotized. Singing on and on and on and on like a hot bitty bop, bitty bop, bitty bop, bitty bitty bop, bitty bop, bop, you know, Wow, that was fun.
Yeah, not too bad, Mary Lou.
Well, I'm better than you are.
Gosh, you're so mean. Oh, here we go.
Hey, there's Susanna. Look at, she's talking about her dog again. Look at, 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 look at. Look at, look at, look at, look at, look at. Look at, look at, look at, look at, look at. Look it, look it. Oh, I think we got it stuck yet. Hey, why don't you look it? Oh, you could cook it. Cook it and look. Hey, why don't you book it? Oh, you could look at it, look at it, snook at it, look it. I think you're all crazy.
Nobody asked me if I thought that.
Well, I was just filling in for you. I'm sort of your voice at sometimes.
Oh, right, I get it.
I mean,
thanks for clarifying that, because there might have been people who thought that you were me.
see, I know a lot of people think that, but they don't realize that I'm actually a completely different person, a sentient being, if you will.
Wait, how did you know that term?
Well, I watched that video on Star Trek.
Wait, you watch Star Trek? You're not even that old.
Well, I like the show. It's digital. He's sweet enough to put a brat, and yet refuses the cool name. He's a black sable-toothed German Shepherd, genetically very desirable. Do-do-do-do-do. He's a young...
Oh wait, that's not a rap, Mary Lou.
Yeah, but I can turn anything into a rap. Right? He sounds sweet enough to put a brat, and yet refuses the cool name. He's a black sable-toothed Shepherd, generally very desirable.
Desirable? That's not even a word. Desirable.
Well, that's true, but I was trying to make it rap. You know, rhyme with the rap, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I get it now. Well, good try then. Good try.
If I don't keep the brat about 16 months ago, I can sell it with a little... If I don't keep the brat, it's about 6 months ago. Or so I can sell it on a 40,000 kilo hoe. Goodbye, you ain't towing.
Okay, bye.
everybody. Wow, you're still hanging around.
Yeah, wow. Look at all those people. She's just chatting away. Unfortunately, we have to leave here in 26 seconds.
Well, for them it was 30 seconds, because they're behind.
I see what you're saying now.
Well, I sure hope you see what I was saying, because it was really simple.
Gosh, you're so mean, Mary Lou.
All right, everybody, be safe out there. And thanks everybody for showing up and helping support the channel. Make sure to put a comment in the comment section of the video. I don't know if there's another section where you could leave a comment. I don't know why I need to say comment section. But yes, please leave a comment after the show. Thank you very much.